I am live. Oh my God, the butterflies every single time. All right, let me see if I've got all my stuff set up. I know I'm early. I'm one of those people that um impatient. I set up the schedule and then I sit here and stare at that clock and I can't stand it and it drives me nuts and I get more nervous by the second. So I figured, screw it, let's just go ahead and start. Can you guys hear me? Am I coming through okay? Oh, I forgot to turn my sound down. Hi, who said what? Scott, CSI. Can y'all hear me? Well, am I coming through okay? My cat got on my keyboard while I was gone and had a field day, and I came back and everything was, thank you, was all messed up. I had all my tabs set and everything ready, and he had me offline and everything just I still can't get half my stuff to download. I don't know what he did, what buttons he pushed, but I guess I'll learn it as I go through figuring out what's not working. Hi Izzy Rose, Nano for Life. Is that car 22956? Lisa Joe, how are y'all? Um, I'm going to be all over the place kind of tonight, but it's all going to come back together, hopefully, into one thing. And I might make some people upset with me in the process, but I'm not trying to do that. And so I'm probably going to cough a lot. I've had a day of coughing today. Um, I'm also drinking a latte, and milk in my throat doesn't get along. And so I hit my inhaler before I came on, hoping that I could, keep off the coughing, but I doubt it's going to happen. And but I first want to read something to you guys. You know how Jody Sue's always talking about how she was outed by this person and that person and so on. And so um, I happened to be at the doctor's office yesterday. Excuse me, the burps are already starting from this latte. I am so sorry. Um, and I was going through my phone trying to figure out what I no longer needed on my phone, and that's one of the reasons why I've been tossing things out here. Is I just want it gone. I just want to be done with it all. And I don't mean done with summer. I won't be done with summer until we find summer or somebody finds summer. um and that's just the way it's going to be. And so, hi, Palm Patrol, Chrissy, Lisa, Sherry, and Small Fries. And but anyway, so I was, thumbing through the things, screenshots and stuff. Hi, Blue Willow, and looking to see, what I had and what I could use and what I didn't want anymore. Hi, Jet. I'm just going to shorten your name, love. And so I came across this, and this doesn't say that Jody Sue wasn't outed by someone else, and I spoke about that in another live. But I just wanted to read this one to you. It was dated August 24th, 2021, and she was in a different Facebook group at the time, and she says, and she starts off. Someone else had posted it, screenshot and posted it to another group. And so it starts off saying, and she's basically talking about Jackie Dobbs, right? She's referring to comments that had been made about Jackie at the time. And she says, he's not lying. I'm the neighbor, soon to be the ex neighbor. Now, remember, this is August 24th, right? And there's always been controversy, about when what happened between her and Andy. And as I've said, I'm not really into, the personal aspect of their lives. Um, and so anyway, it goes on, it says, Also the one who called police on JD the evening before. Now, she has since corrected herself in a live and stated, well, a couple lives, and stated that she wasn't the one that called on JD and that it was Andy and his mother. And so, anyway, in the message that she wrote, she said, "It also wasn't me who heard it." And I don't know what she's referring to, heard it. I have no clue. "It was reported to police the moment they arrived." So when you read that, you almost think she's talking about the scream. And let me read that again. I'm gonna start from the beginning. "He's not lying. I'm the neighbor, soon to be the ex-neighbor, also the one who called police on JD the evening before. It also wasn't me who heard it. It was reported to police the moment they arrived." She could be referring to the 14th. She could be referring to the 15th. I honestly cannot say because I don't know what she was replying to at the time. At least not at this point. And I haven't looked to try to see if I could find out. And then she goes on to say, "Beyond that, I'm not going to say anything. I would appreciate it if everyone would not go real life or intrude mine and my kids' privacy or lives, or share anything from me." However, she never shut down her Facebook page, right? So what she was doing right there was like, "Look at me, everyone, go rush to my page," right? And you know that everybody did. So that's how her numbers started climbing. That's one of the ways. It wasn't the only way. There were many more. Um, she goes on and says, "We have had enough going on in our lives and enough trauma as it is. We don't need more, and we don't need another batch of internet Scooby-Doo folks going real life." And she says another batch. So when was the first batch? This is, August. Is she referring to people going real life on her in another time frame of her life, or, since June 15th? Who knows? Um, don't need another batch of internet Scooby-Doo folks going real life and causing chaos in our road or at our homes or causing my kids grief or nonsense at their new school because people go digging and out us. The only reason I'm saying boo, BOO, right now is as a plea to please leave us alone. This group and others have already put us in enough danger and extra chaos by what they dig and share, including pics of properties, houses, directions, etc., because I know from this interview and post it will be just a matter of time before we're outed. Honey, you just outed yourself. If no one else had ever done so at any point, what the heck did she think she just did? Right? And so she goes on to say, "So I'm pleading with you in advance, please leave us be." And I don't know if there was more to that. The screenshot stops at that point. And so that's all I wanted to say on that matter. And I just thought it was ironic, that she has made such. Hi, Carrie Bishop, Lumpy Queen, Laylee, Sassy, Cotton Candy. How are you guys doing? I just wanted to bring that out because to me that's important. She's been saying this stuff all this time. And so we're looking at 2 months later, at least she's making posts. I knew that she was making posts, but I didn't think at the time to screenshot those posts. She's no longer in Michelle After Dark's Facebook group, and when you search, you can't pull her up. And I don't know if that's because she's not welcome in Michelle's group anymore, or if it was because Jody Sue deactivated her. I don't think she deleted it. She probably deactivated her Facebook. So then, everything that's posted everywhere is, kind of privatized at that point. Hi, Jay. And so you can't really find it. You can't find much. And had I not had that screenshot from a long time ago, and the only reason why I think I saved that screenshot was because of Jackie Dobbs, because I always felt sorry for Jackie. Um, I'm not saying Jackie's innocent of anything, you know. I just think he got a rough deal. And then after she admitted to moving those property pins, you know, that was it for me. And so I'm really, really glad that I kept that. And so we do have that to go back on. All right, so the next thing I want to talk about, and I don't really know which one to start with, actually. We're going to talk a little bit about Andy's I'm Back live again. And I aired it the other night, but I want to re-air this one section again because it ties into some stuff that Benny Keyz and even Cam have been from Crackin Cases has been discussing in the past few days. And I also want to play live that Jody Sue had done that I've already aired. But this time when you listen to it, please don't read what I wrote on it, okay? Ignore it. Just listen to what she's saying so that you don't get tied up in what I was saying at the time. I want you to pay strict attention to what she's saying because it's going to talk about her placement at the time. And I have multiple videos of Jody Sue saying where she was. Hi, True Purpose, aka Dukes. Hi, Diane. Where she was and all the different versions thereof. And pretty soon they'll all be in one video. So you can go from boom, 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 right? And see them all. At least all the ones that I've kept. I have deleted a lot of things that were redundant, a lot of the stuff where she basically didn't talk about Summer, was complaining about Andy or this or that, personal stuff. And, like I said, I don't have any interest in that. So, other than I feel sorry for everyone involved and, my personal opinions, in my opinion, have no bearing out here. So the only time I'm going to speak on it is when it directly affects something to do with Summer or I have no choice. And I try to have a choice. So, hi, Kimberly. And so we're gonna start. I think I don't know if any of y'all have watched. I wish Crackin Cases was in here because I really want him to see this. So I hope he comes back later. I fell asleep the other night when he was airing his live, and I did, watch some of it, and I had communicated in chat and told him to go for. He was playing Jonathan Lee Rich's video where he's, walking through the woods with Brandon. Excuse me, and so um, in an earlier live he was doing with Gavel and Benny and himself, and I think Tiffany. Um, he only showed the first part of it where Andy is mentioned. And I wanted him to know and make sure that he knew. He probably did know, but I wanted to make sure that he knew that if he went further and got to the section where he's on Ben Hill Road, um, there's mention again. And it's just a short little clip. But I want to go further because I want to show you the road. I want to show you things that's in that road, off the road, versus what Jody Sue said she did that day, right? The way I think she was playing it out in her head as she's telling the story, this version of the story, and ties in to what Andy says. And then in the end, we're going to look at some maps. And it's not going to be the kind of maps you guys are used to looking at. And so let me see which one I want to start with first. Okay, hang on one second, guys. I'm going to pop out of the screen real quick and look at something. I'm going to just start with, nope, I'm not. Okay, here we go. We're going to start with Jonathan Lee Riches. Now, this is all fair use, guys, okay? I don't think I need to, read every word of the fair use disclaimer. We all know what it is, and I'm using this under fair use. And so, oh, I forgot to share. And here we go. Now, I'm not going to play. Oh, I thought I already went to where he was at. My cat. Oh my God, I'm going to kill my cat, y'all. All right, hang on a second. Oh, I'm at it.
She could be anywhere.
Okay. At this point, hi, Crackin. You want to come up? I'll send, hi, Lisa, who said what? Auntie M and Beverly and anybody else I've missed. Oh, I know the cat. Oh, you should have seen me when I got home. And I knew better. I knew better than leave that laptop open. God, I'm just happy I was able to fix what he had done. Anyway, Kraken, I'm not going to talk long. I'm just going to talk about this. I was going to send you the link because I didn't send it yet, honey. And I probably won't. I just wanted to make sure that you saw this section because this ties into what we were, excuse me, I'm sorry, y'all. This ties in to what we were talking about, or you were talking about on your live, your last one. And I fell asleep at the end, and I didn't catch if you went down Ben Hill and caught this section here. And so I wanted to make sure that, that you did get to see this section here. But I'm going to go a little further past what he's saying, and it won't be any more really talking about what Brandon's saying. It's just like a split second of what Brandon says, and then it's going to be me discussing the road. Okay. Let me take a sip, guys. All right, so they've already went through the woods at this point, and they're coming down, and they're getting ready to come up on Ben Hill, and we're going to listen for a second.
Dude, it's a neighbor or it's them. No. Somebody on this road knows for a I guarantee you. I'm a bet, man. I bet everything I got that her parents or the next door neighbor knows. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, they do crazy. I always sitting there watching. You know
Sorry
what I mean?
about the beat.
Yeah. They know what's going on.
Hi,
Okay,
Lean
this
on
is
me.
Simpson and Ben Hill right here. Yep.
Now they're coming up on Simpson and
They
Ben
made
Hill.
his own property and his next door friend. I bet money right over this hill. Yep. Exactly.
He wasn't happy at us about 6 months ago with this guy over here in the white.
All right now who he's talking about is Don Sherfy Sr., okay? And listen to what Brandon has to say.
Pickup truck straight. Yeah, he came out and started screaming. So we made it to Ben Hill, Simpson. We are on Ben Hill, so
people that got something to hide. Then you know what I mean?
maybe I'll just exchange info with you and we'll do Fred Hill another day.
Okay, that's fine. But look, I've known him since I moved.
Okay, so now he's going to talk about Fred Hill. That is so weird. I paused it on my screen. It just paused on the phone. It had me tripping there for a minute. There must be a delay between the two. So he's going to continue walking here. He's going to talk about Fred Hill for a minute. I'm not going to be discussing Fred Hill at this point. We're going to come around the corner here, and I'm going to be stopping and starting and stopping and starting and stopping and starting.
Moved down here, acquaintance. I don't talk to him that much anymore. You know what I mean? We had a little bit.
Okay, now you see how there's a curve right there? They're on Ben Hill. If a car's coming around at that section and any kids were in the area, you know, and the car is traveling at a decent speed, some accident could occur. But we're going to continue.
Bit of falling out on some trading shit. But I know this, he ain't child molester, he ain't.
Yeah, it's good to know.
He might be back in the sticks, secluded.
All right, see right there? So if you're driving down the road, see how it drops off looking right there at the end of that, you know, it's not the end of the road, but the end of your view right there. So like I said, imagine a car coming, you know, it's not that big of an incline, but still. And we're going to start watching in a minute on both sides of the road because we're going to be coming up on Andy and Jody Sue's driveway and the Wells driveway. But I want you to see how they're coming from the back side of Ben Hill. They're not coming in at this point from Beach Creek onto Ben Hill. They're coming from the backside. They came out of the woods and, you know, came this way. So they're kind of coming down this road backwards. Okay. So the way Dawn supposedly and everybody came in supposedly would have been from the side we're headed towards now, coming towards where these two guys are right now. But they would have, you know, not gone this far, supposedly.
And come up with his own wild theories, like everybody's entitled to, but nah, he didn't do nothing with no baby. And if you listen to him, he probably's onto something. You know what I mean? He knows these woods.
Now see how the drop off there?
Property, I think.
This is that creek.
Okay, so now on the left of what we're looking at is 110. Okay, you're going to come up here in a minute and probably, I can't say for sure, but on the right hand side, we're already looking at 125.
You know what I mean? Like I said.
And that's
Now see, he looks straight up the hill. Brandon just looks straight up the hill. So he knows who looked. Jonathan hasn't had a chance yet to ask him anything about that side of the road. Brandon looks up. He's quite aware that somebody's living up there. And in my opinion, he knows exactly who lives up there. Now listen to what Jonathan has to say.
it's the Menards.
Yeah. See, I ain't gonna say a lot about that either. But
Notice how I'm not going to tell you about that either. And you could tell by the way he said it, he didn't want to have that conversation at all. One, Jonathan's got a phone out. He knows he's being videotaped. He knows, you know, that Jonathan's somebody that's going to put it online. And he don't want to mess with them. He had no problem talking about 110 all this time. You know, you see what I'm saying? And the things that he has said. That's what I wanted to bring up. You know, I didn't know if you already knew that, Crackin. I didn't know if you knew that he had said it at that point. And when Gavel gave you that timestamp that night, I wrote in chat that it was further on down, but I didn't want to leave chat to go find the timestamp. And then I fell asleep. I've been having a lot of trouble staying awake late at night when everybody's doing their lives. So 9 times out of 10, I go to sleep with y'all playing your lives in my ear. And I wake up in the morning and I probably watched everybody's videos on autoplay 100 million times. So, you know, I'm probably giving everybody a lot of hits, but keep watching and keep, you know, listening. But at the same time, I want you to pay attention to this road, and I want you to pay attention to what's going on both sides.
dude, these boys been living here their whole life.
Yeah, the road's named after them, right? Hill? Ben Hill?
Yeah, his dad.
And see, there's you see on this side right here, coming along right here, this is the creek, okay? when Jody Sue's talking about, coming down the bank and getting in the creek, this is the areas, that she's speaking of. She's going to go down this little section right here and get in the creek. If you look at the creek, this is, overgrowth. And so she would have, in some areas, even though, now at the time, June 15th, the tree people had been out there, and I'm sure it probably looked a little bit different than it does at this point. But this is what I'm saying, it wouldn't have been completely, devoid, and it may have, but I haven't seen photos to be able to say for sure. But the creek goes through. Yeah, I think he's scared to talk about Andy too, Crackin. I really do. I really, really do. And that's why I wanted to make sure that you saw this part and the way he said it. I mean, he had no problems talking about Fred. He had, no problems, saying what he said about Sherfy, the Wells, but he skimmed right past every conversation concerning Andy. And so let's continue.
Or relative or something like that.
And I believe that Brandon's watched a lot of videos and there's a whole lot of whispering going on in this community, because when Brandon's talking about certain things, you can tell that he's repeating stories that he's either heard from someone in the community or online. And some of it he's gotten twisted. You know how you can tell someone something, they go tell someone something, and they go tell someone something, and the story gets changed each time it's told. That happens a lot. And in this case, I've seen that happen here with Brandon, and I've seen it happen with others. I've seen it happen where I've posted a video, it's right there, it's written out, and someone's saying it, and somebody will still not see it the way it was said. You see what I'm trying to say? So, but now as we're coming down here, we're going to start really paying attention to the right and left.
Yeah, Fred at one out.
And I wish I had told you at the beginning to count the steps that these guys took. Okay. Now, I did count the steps. Can I tell you now what the steps are? No, because I forgot to write the steps down. And I was listening to Benny and Tiffany this morning when I had the laptop going and I had the sound turned off here, and I was trying to get the timestamps, and I was counting the steps, and I can't remember now. But I wanted, when you get up to a certain point, somebody might want to count the steps as to how far it would be to get, from 125 to 110, 110 to the end of Ben Hill, if you were walking.
I don't know, I shouldn't be saying, but somebody come down there, he has daughter there visiting.
And he's talking about Fred Hill, everyone. He's not talking about Andy here.
I come out
and he said he shouldn't be saying, but he's still saying, but he wouldn't even mention 125.
Fred.
But now look at the road right here. See? You can tell that it's elevated, and you can tell that it's going to go around a curve, so if somebody's like, I don't know how fast you can ride on that road, but I'm pretty sure I could go pretty fast on that road if I wanted to go pretty fast on that road. And I wouldn't be a blue-haired grandma, is what I'm saying. And I am a grandma. But it's very possible that in the next 3 or 4 steps, he could have been a child standing there,
I didn't even know him. Started shooting. This is how wild things used to be.
Oh, wow.
Started shooting. Thought, wrong house or something. You know what I mean?
All right. Now, if you look off to the right, you see a mailbox. That's 125's mailbox. It's not on the driveway. You know how you would assume that you'd come down the driveway and the mailbox be right by the driveway. Their mailbox is not right by their driveway. if you look straight across from here, well, not straight across, but a little bit right here. Can y'all see my mouse moving? I don't know if you can or not, but if you come across here, this is the drug area that Jody Sue speaks of, and it had tires there at one time. It doesn't have tires there now. Did you hear the part last night where Brandon talks about throwing the deer? No, I didn't. I didn't hear that part. I heard about not last night, but I heard about a dead horse that they came across and that she had to go searching for. And I believe that was on July 4th of 2021. But don't hold me to it. Yeah. Okay, so here's the mailbox. Now I'm going to try to take it as slow as I can. Okay, guys? And so you won't be able to really understand what Brandon's saying at this point because I'm not interested in what Brandon's saying at this point. I want you to look at the land and everything because when people are driving down the road, you don't get that idea, you know what I mean, of what it's really like. That's why I really liked this video, and I wrote and said thank you, Brandon, on Jonathan's on his comments because one, that's how I saw this. When I saw this, I imagined walking down this road, okay, and what it was like. And I've seen him swatting bugs, you know, and, you know, kids can tolerate a lot of things, but if they're biting flies and stuff like that, you know, kids aren't going to stay out long. If you're sweating, you know, it brings on more insects. We saw chasing Truth out there, and she was covered just moments after she got out of her car. And by the way, guys, Chasing did a community notice telling everybody that the stuff about 101 Ben Hill isn't factual, and you know, so I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew that because I'm going to go in that direction in a few minutes, but I don't want anybody to think that I'm trying to make, you know, say anything about them because I'm not. I just took pictures to show for a different reason, and I'll explain that in a minute. All right, so here we are. Here's Jody Sue's mailbox. And how many times have we heard about the curve in the road and how dangerous it is? It was dangerous to even send the kids out to go check the mail. We heard stories about, well, I heard stories about the son. I heard about drugs and stuff, you know, going into this mailbox. I heard about this mailbox was a point between these two people here, Ben Hill, the two hills. There's a message between Andy and Jody Sue that to me reads like I'm watching the mailman, so we can put your, you know, your stuff can go out there. You know, that's the way I read those messages. Okay, those were earlier messages. Hi, Lippy. Hi, Selena. Hi, Bro. Hi, Sky. Hi, Raybird, and everybody else that I didn't say hi to, guys. I don't look at the chat that often. I'm sorry. So Brandon admits that he threw a deer carcass in the big pond and says that the police knew about it. Well, would he throw it in the water anyway? It's going to rot and spoil the water and numerous things. And is that the same pond that he says that he got in and searched, or is that a different pond? And Chasing Truth was saying that in a post that the truck at one house on 101 is not. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about the 101 Ben Hill. Thank you, CSI. Thank you so much. Thank you, Carrie. Hi, A1 Street. All right, so we're looking at the mailbox now on the right, and across the street is where the drug area was that Jody Sue refers to, that people would park their cars there, get high, and toss their, you know, needles and whatever out, you know, and it would go into the creek, right? And that's how we got the first knowledge of the needle-filled creeks. But notice exactly where that's at, okay? Now, Andy said that that section across there is actually supposed to be their land. I'm not going to get into that, okay? I really don't care. I'm just making a point to say that if it's not their land, then, you know, whoever is doing whatever they're doing on that side would, you know, could get one, 110 in trouble, you know. I don't think people in that area really cared that much as long as, you know, they didn't go getting on their property and stuff. I don't see if there was drug activity going on at 125 that they would really want anybody going up their driveway, and some cars might not, you know, do so well doing it. And that would be the place, which would mean something would need to be carried down that hill, you know. And the area that this is at, you know, if you look at it with selling dope in the mind, this is perfect because you can see what's going on here for a minute, and then there's a curve, and then you can see what's going on here for a minute. So, you know, you could like put something in here, you know, and if the law doesn't have their own little cameras out there watching you, you know, to bust you, then you're sitting pretty. Somebody else come along, they come out, they get the stuff, you know, they drop their money off, whatever, they drop the money off first, then you put, however they work it out, right? Um, or somebody come down the hill and just hand deliver is, you know, but that's what I'm saying. This area right here, I think, saw a lot of action, you know, daytime, nighttime. And that's just my opinion. All right, so we're going to come and we're going to start again a little bit here. Hi, Lady R 2.0. Okay, here we go, guys. Also, this is where Jody Sue said that she came down and got into the creek, right? But we're going to get into that in a minute.
Or something.
Keep watching to the right, okay? And watch to the right, but at the same time, see, I've played it many times. You're coming around a curve here, and you're going to soon see the Wells driveway right here. And it's not far, okay? It really isn't far. But their driveway, we haven't got to yet. We're still looking at the mailbox, okay?
Sorry, shoot a gun at.
Now, right here, you're coming up on the driveway, and we're seeing a green tire. All right, this is where she put her plants, okay? When she's talking, she talks a lot about round green things in the grass. Well, here is a round green thing in the grass. Is it the thing that she's, you know, talking about? Don't know. We'll get into that in a minute. But keep watching. And if you look real close right here, you can see the Wells. Okay.
Fred, what receipt?
See, now right there is the Wells mailbox. There's the Wells driveway. This is Jody Sue and Andy's driveway. She's supposed to have come down this driveway, and she was supposed to have dropped her purse here, according to her, and her phone, and had nothing in her hands. She was supposed to have already be hearing the kids, you know, no, sorry. She should have already been hearing, according to her, them calling for Summer. Whoever them were, they were calling for Summer. So if she's standing here, she can see them. He can see that driveway right now, okay? He can't see anything past here, but, you know, like I said, I don't know how these trees were trimmed at the time on June 15th, 2021, but you can see right there, okay? Now, let's go a little further.
Got 57.
See how close he's getting to that driveway, right? Look at the curve in the road. All right. Mailbox is over here. So, when I first visualized this place, when I was listening to Jody Sue, when she first started talking, and I didn't have any visual um, images to look at, to visualize. I assumed the mailbox was right here, and then there was this sharp curve, and the kids, it was dangerous for the kids to get on the school bus, and you know, she didn't let the kids go play out in the street because of how dangerous it was. And then, that's why everybody asked Don Sherfy, senior, was, the kids ever playing in the road? And he's like, excuse me, yes. I seen him out in the road playing. He doesn't state exactly where, but he said that, he often saw him there. And so let's continue. Now, I'm going to go back through this again and I'm going to count, how far it took him to walk because of the fact that Jody Sue said she was so sick that day that, and the day before, that she had to have her son help her go to the bank. When she's talking about the bank, she's talking about way up here, right? All the way around her area up here. On the other side of 125, it kind of cliffs off, a little bit. On this side of 125, it looks to me like you could drive a car up at one point. I don't know if you still could, but to me, it looks like there's a vehicle that's going up and down in that section, okay, up to that area that they resided in up that way. And so, what's going on with Joe, guys? All right, let me tell everybody my rules. You have to be nice to one another. Don't be using cuss words, even though I'm not monetized or anything. I just don't, dress them up. You know what I mean? Like, change the words so that, everybody knows what you're talking about, but, it's not written. And then, but being nice to one another is a big thing for me. I don't care if we all have different opinions. You can state your opinions. That's fine with me. I don't want to talk about Jody Sue's daughter. I don't want to talk about the Wells boys and accusations that's been made about the Wells boys. And I don't, Jody Sue's son is an adult in my eyes. He's well enough to go off into the military. And so he was an adult in my eyes when Summer went missing. And so, but I still want, everybody to try to say what you want to say if you have to say anything about him in a way that it's not too harsh, because if he is innocent, he's already gone through a lot of shit. So I really, really, want to be careful there, just in case. I have some suspicions myself, so I'm just going to be straight up, okay? I have suspicions about everybody, and so, but mostly that's it. Is just being polite to one another. And if you're not, after 3 strikes, I need somebody to let me know what's being, after 2, let me know what's going on so I can figure out what I want to do about the problem in the chat. All right. All right. Hi, hair gel. I always want to call you hair gel all the time. Hair gal. See, I cannot do it. And so if I say it that way, I apologize. It comes out every time I see your name, even when I try to type it. Okay, so right now we're looking at 125, guys, driveway, and we can see the Wells driveway. So let's just imagine Jody Sue standing here because she says that she went down, right, to the Wells driveway, looked in the tunnel, and then she came back up and got in the drug area. And then one version, she got in the creek. Another version, she didn't get in. That's what she's saying now. She didn't get in the creek yet. one version, she got in the creek, heard Candus coming down the hill, then got back out of the creek and came to about where he's at right this second, and waited and met Candus. Her latest is that I posted on my channel. She stayed, not her latest, but one of her videos, one of her versions is she stood here and waited for Candus. One of her versions, she says that she came down here, she hears them calling for Summer, and the boys had already gone back up. Yeah, she's telling you that the boys, nobody had searched. But she tells you they had, and I already posted that. That's already on my channel, that the boys had already gone back up, right? And then she says, Candus, what did you do? What did you do? And they turn around in unison and they come back down the hill without being told to come down the hill, and they start searching, right? And she goes and gets back in the creek, right? Another version, she says that she come down here and she already saw the boys, right? And so she comes over here, and one of the boys leaves the other boys. She doesn't say which one, and follows her to this side. Another version she tells is that she found the boys up by a fenced area, and we're going to discuss that more in a minute. And the boys were looking at the creek. They were squatted by the creek, and she came upon them, and the neighbor was a little bit in distance, but yet they could still keep eyes on each other and communicate if needed. And she came up on the boys, and they looked shocked, like they were caught not doing what they're supposed to be doing as far as searching for Summer. Hell, for all we know, they might not have even known Summer was missing at that point. We're just taking Jody Sue's word, okay? So she says that she came up, and the boy, she asked the boy, where was the last time you seen Summer? And he's like, at the swing, a few minutes ago, right? And so, but she's talking, and she makes a point to mention a fence. Okay, now I want you to look down Ben Hill here and see if you see a fence. Now, I'm not saying there's no fence inside of these trees anywhere. I'm saying I don't see one. Okay. Now let's continue.
Got behind a tree.
And I mean, I literally went through this like this all the way through many, many times.
Changed fire, and shot the guy. He said he.
Now he's directly in front. Well, if you're looking, I don't know, on my phone, he still hasn't got there yet. On my computer, he is.
Shot him in the.
Right. So he's in front of the driveway. Look how well you see the Wells driveway. And see, you can see all the way around to here. Okay. All the way around this curve right here. And now, see, what we're doing is we're heading to Beach Creek Road. So back this way, behind them, is Fred Hill and, the Redmond area and the gated area and so on. Coming this way, going past the Wells mailbox, is headed to Beach Creek Road. And so we're going to come on down.
You'll kill him immediately.
Now we just passed another round green thing in the grass off to the side of Brandon's back over here at 125. We're going to continue.
Over into the.
And if you look here, you see the creek off to the left on 110, comes down over here by the mailboxes. And if I'm not mistaken, right, Crackin Cam, underneath right here behind the mailboxes should be a tunnel that leads so that the creek continue past that driveway on the other side of the driveway.
But he shot him in the neck, and the dude lived. You know what I mean?
Did they call the police?
But see how fast I stopped that and started that?
Yeah.
It seemed like a long time, but it wasn't. But just a few steps he's taken.
Get arrested.
Okay. Now look right here and see what we see. And look down here at the end of this road right here, around this curve. Okay. Depending on the version that you hear Jody Sue say where she was, the boys came down this side of the mountain. I call it a mountain, sorry. It's definitely not a mountain in my eyes. And boys came down this side, I went to this side, and she'll use right and left, and we're going to talk about that in a minute. But on Benny's, they were talking about this area over here, okay, this morning. All right, so
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, dude. I know.
I'm gonna go slow because he's gonna pan his camera towards 110's driveway.
Here.
Now, if you look off to my left, you're gonna see what? A round green thing in the grass. Has no lid from what I can tell right here. Okay. Jody Sue, and we see the wood that's left. It was a big wooded pile. They heated with wood, and so I'm pretty sure people probably came by and helped themselves at one point, and they probably burned a lot. I heated with wood stove. I know how much wood it takes. So, and so anyway, like I said, the creek would be in this area right here, going on across here. Okay, so if you look behind that round green thing is another round green thing. They look like they're made of metal. I can't say that they are. They very well could be made of plastic, maybe Cam knows. I don't know. And then it goes on to say, listen to me.
Good old.
It's got a lid on it. The second one has a lid on it. Okay. In the beginning, Jody Sue talked about manholes, manhole covers. Will you let me come up for a second? I'll show you where it's at. She was talking about that's not the area. Okay, well, I'm going to have to figure out how to send you the link, so hang on a minute. Where do I go? How do I send a link to you, Crackin? Mm-hmm. Hang on a minute, guys. I'm going to stop sharing for a second. Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, it's not mine. I don't know what that is. All right, so let's go to this. All right, Cam, I sent it. It's going to come to you in email. Once you come in, I won't know that you're in, so because I don't know where to go to find that. Unless maybe it's private chat. Also, while I'm waiting on Cam, I want to talk about a certain person, and I hate to call people out, okay? But Jody Sue called out a guy named David Cohen. I don't know much about this person. Um, okay, how do I add you? There you go. Hi, Cam.
Hello. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, love. So what I was saying, Cam, before we start again, I want to speak about this one person, y'all. Jody Sue did a live, and she had mentioned this person named David Cohen. Okay. I ended up blocking David Cohen the other night on my channel. One, I couldn't make sense of what direction the person was going. It was every direction. Okay. And then there was some comments made that made me feel a certain way, and I was spending
I had a
more
problem
time
with him
going,
too.
yeah, and I was spending more time looking at what that person was writing in my chat and trying to talk at the same time, and I just got tired of it. And so I didn't know if it was the green eyes person, what's going on. Lean on Me says he's her stalker.
I can
um,
tell you, I ran a reverse IP address check on him because he was sending me threatening emails.
I'm getting it
And
too.
yeah, well, I called him and he stopped and he apologized to me.
The last email he sent us, he was completely apologizing.
Yeah, the last email he sent, he was completely apologizing. I knew his name, where he lived there. I was like, yeah, mess with me.
Yeah, he don't want to mess with me either. No, I'll just put it out like that. No, I'm not talking that I'm badass. I'm just talking. I'm not the person that he wants to mess with.
Right,
Period.
you ain't gonna
And
take it. That's what he was doing to us, threatening.
and so I had blocked him, and it was the only person I have blocked on my channel. And a lot of people have me blocked because I modded in a couple places. I modded for Squall. I modded for Shay. I modded for Crystal. I modded for Andy. And, there's a lot of people that have me blocked. And I know that because I can see other people respond to them in other chats and I can't see them. And that's fine. As long as they behave when they come in my chat. I don't like the fact that they've got me blocked and come in my chat. That bothers me. But anyway, I'm sure somebody will say something if somebody gets out of line.
Somebody already left because you let me come up here.
Oh, well, sorry, it's my channel. And and so anyway, so that person sent me an email. So, my email, as far as I know, is not listed on my channel. I might have it somewhere, but I think there's no place. I think I removed it because I can't take the time to respond to everybody, and it makes me feel guilty and sad. But I can't help other people figure out the case, and that's usually what most people are looking for, to discuss it. And I have very limited time, and it always makes me feel bad when I read the messages. And so
it's hard. It really is.
It is. And so I removed my email. Well, he must have just thought, well, I'll just put Sage Sleuth with every domain I can think of or whatever. And he found me, right? And I get this long mess, right? Of course, I didn't respond back to it, but I'm putting it out there in case anyone else has any issues, any problems. You're not the only one. And so I'm the kind of person that will take the ammunition away real quick, and so I'm calling it out.
If Mr. Cohen is bothering anybody, just email me and I will give you his details to make him stop.
I won't need it. I have access. That's what I'm saying. He's messing with the wrong person. I can find out everything I want to know about him real quick.
Right.
And yeah.
I'm just saying anybody else, because he's doing it for a lot. He does it to a lot of people, I've heard. and it's not right. Like some of the stuff he came at me with, I can understand how it gets bad. He sent y'all remember the two people early on in Summer's case that were found. They were a young couple that were found burnt in a vehicle in Rogersville. Yeah, well, it was purpose. Somebody set them on fire inside of a vehicle in Rogersville or Hawkins County. Well, he sent us a clipping. David Cohen sent us a clipping of that and said, "Don't let this be you." And I was like, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. He'd be getting knocked on a door real quick. Just saying. Real quick. So CSI asked if you recorded his voice. Curious.
No, I've never talked to him. He was just emailing. I called his email, or I called his voicemail, and I left a voicemail. And it was just a one of those old just a robot voice or whatever.
Yeah. Well, if you talk to him at any time, record him, because I'm really curious if he sounds anything like Green Eyes.
Yeah.
Like Jody Sue made a I got two of you showing up wanting to come in.
No,
wait a minute.
That's me sharing my screen.
Oh, okay. And but I want to finish with mine before we go.
Yeah,
into
you're
yours,
fine.
okay?
I was just putting it up there to be ready.
I'm still learning, Cam. You're going to have to help me out.
It's all good.
And so I saw that on Jody Sue's today, and I saw someone else had written concerning him, and I was like, whoa, so because at first I thought it was just me, and I thought he was just somebody that was ticked, but there's and I saw him in Prayer Garden's chat too, as well the other night. And so I don't really know, but FBI, FBI. I don't, like I said, if you want to communicate with me, you're probably going to have to do it through my comment sections, because I don't have the time to email with people. So, I apologize for that, and I just wanted to let you know, because I know that you really wanted me to give you my email address. If you email me, the odds are I won't respond. And I do apologize for that. I really, really, really don't have the time if I'm going to work on what I work on, because even that's very limited.
Well,
all right, Cam. So
I'll back you up on that. For example, people, I say it on our lives all the time. We had, how many was it, Allison? That we couldn't answer 1,700.
Yeah, 1,700.
1,700 emails, and that was within a month and a half.
I know. It's like every 2 weeks I'm over there spending 30 minutes. Well, just deleting the notifications that come in, and I don't want to take away the notifications, because then I don't know when everybody's posting something. And so
people get in their feelings too when you can't answer them, and it's not personal. It's just, like Sage said, if you're going to work on this case, and like we have a family, and I'm sure you have a real life too. We all do. So, it's hard to be on there answering too. And so, I mean, it's not anything personal. I just want people to know that, because I thought about doing away with our email. Too.
Yeah, it takes, and then, like I said, once you start the communication, it doesn't stop. So then you've got all these people communicating, and you're still trying to keep your train of thought on what you're working on, but you got to stop and start working on trying to help other people, or just, people want to chat. I get it. That's why I started my channel, y'all. Start a channel. And get up there and say what you feel. It's okay. You don't have to have any special ability. Just start the channel and talk. And I have no I mean, as you see, I'm learning as I'm going. So I get it. Like I said, I used to sit in my garage with my phone and would talk to myself in my phone because in videotape myself, which was ridiculous because all you saw was my kneecaps, you know. But my kids were tired of hearing me go on and on and on, you know. So that's why I started my channel. But anyway, I'm gonna start back up where we left off. I only got a few more minutes on this one, and then we'll do cams.
I'm gonna mute. I gotta grab something to drink.
Okay. Oh, I gotta hit share. See, guys, still learning. Nope, I did it wrong. Okay. Let's start back over.
Or something. Started shooting a gun at Fred. Fred went and retrieved his. Had 357. Got behind a tree. Changed fire. And shot the guy. He said he shot him in the. He thought he killed him immediately. Blew him over into the. You know what I mean? He shot him in the neck, and the dude lived. You know what I mean?
Did they call the police?
Yeah.
Get arrested?
Yeah.
Oh wait, I shared the wrong
That's what I'm
screen.
saying, dude. I know people down here.
Hang on, y'all.
Good
Did
old
it wrong.
Where the summer lives.
Yep.
Oh, I hope I don't bump cam off. Nope. Yeah. Okay.
I was here yesterday, and there was 2 cars leaving their driveway.
What are you trying to do, Sage?
I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing. Hang on 1 minute. I think I got it.
And then I came one time about a month ago, and there was a dead dog right there.
That's what I'm saying.
Hit that big square underneath your screen if you're trying to show your shared stuff on the
Okay.
very left-hand side.
A lot of people, I don't think why they've done a whole lot is because they think that there's law up there or there's law watching all the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, right here's the creek.
Nope.
Yeah.
Right here's where that little girl would probably be playing at most of the time.
Darn it.
You know what I'm saying? For example, they
Hang
ain't
on,
got,
guys.
kids around here are rough and tough. They play, you know what I mean?
Okay, I hit the big square. Are you talking about like where, I take you and me off?
Well, it'll share. Yeah, it shared your whole screen. You got to have that video up on your share screen. So I'll help you with this real quick. When you hit to share your screen, you can don't go to the window, go to the very end one where it says, here,
Tab?
Share tab.
Because I'm on
Share
stream,
tab.
y'all.
tab. Yeah.
Okay.
Then hit that YouTube video there.
Okay.
And then just make sure the little box in the corner is checked that says share system audio.
Okay.
And then, you have the video of just like it should show a tab of the YouTube video you're showing.
Law up here or there's law watching all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, right here's the creek.
Oh, no.
Right here's where that
I'll do
little
that.
girl would probably
Oh.
be playing at most of the time.
Okay.
You know what I'm
let's
saying?
Try again.
For example, they ain't got kids around here are rough and tough. They play, you know what I mean? They ain't no TV. They ain't
Ah, look at that.
Nowadays there is, but back when I was little, when I come Tennessee,
Me and my
me and my
cousin.
cousin.
There you go.
90%
Got it? Okay.
We was together though. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna
Rare.
see if I can make this large. Can I do that?
No, bro. I'm saying, like this way.
Yeah, you can go to full screen.
We can-
Okay.
We can take this street, it'll take us all the way up to our
our
road.
road.
You know what I'm saying?
You want
Wanna
to
go?
go?
Way to stop us.
Let's get off the main road.
Honestly,
Now let me go back a minute.
You want to walk the main road?
Oh, I can't do that.
I hate it.
Okay, so go to full screen. You're going to have to go over to the
Go back the
tab.
way you want to go back the way we came?
Honestly, I think we should walk the main road.
Okay, let's do
Let's
it.
do it.
Because
I'll just show you.
Me
Me and you did that way.
Mm.
And I'll show you how short it is.
You know what I mean?
So go over
Like
to your
this,
tab. You
up
got to
and down the
open
street,
it,
you
so
know
you
what I'm
won't be able to see the StreamYard one.
You know anything about this neighbor up here in the corner?
No, nothing about him at all.
Click pause over there for a second, then go back.
Okay.
You can go to full screen now from here, and then
Okay.
you have to control it from here, and you won't be able to see your screen. That's why I ended up just now getting double screens, so I had an extra monitor so I can pull one over there so I can see everything.
Okay.
It is a pain. I know it's hard. I had to learn like that too. I had to learn on the go.
Yeah, you learn on the fly.
Mhm.
All right. So we've already passed we passed. Can you see the screen now though? Can you?
Yeah, everybody can see. And you can go ahead and hit full screen too over here on that.
Okay. Will I be able to stop and start it if I hit
Yeah.
full screen?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Okay. Now I'm relaxed now. Okay, so he's walking, he's past 125, and this is about where we stop. But look right here, you've got the curve again, okay, guys? So if the kids were playing right in here, like was discussed today,
That's where it
anybody,
was.
yeah, anybody coming this way, you know what I mean, could
Yep.
have not seen somebody, or one of the kids could have stepped up and out, vice versa on the other side. And so let's go.
Dude, I know people down here. Good old boy, this is where summer is.
Now, where I was saying about the manholes, Jody Sue said that, in the beginning, she spoke a lot about manholes, and she talked about the cow and the sound coming, traveling from the cow, that damn cow, blah, blah, blah. Then later on, she started beating people up in chat saying she never said anything about manholes or manhole covers, but yes, she did. And I have the proof of that.
Right.
And so she went on, and then it changed and morphed to green round things in the grass. And she said that on Tiffany Marie's Summerwell's deep dive into the timeline video. She mentioned the round green things when she was referring to telling Dawn about where the search dogs went, right? What pathways instead of trails that, the dog went, and made sure to say it was one dog, not multiple search dogs. And it was the first search dog that came in, which would have put it at June 15th, right? Yeah. Don said in his interview with Cher that the cadaver dog came in on the 16th, right? And so now I don't know how factual that information is. I'm just repeating since I had done those lives and I've been piggybacking off of them. And so here is round green things in the grass. I also showed photos before where she took photos to me that looked like a cave. And then there was round green things in the grass that led into water that looked like green pipes, right? That are like tunnels, you know what I mean? So that the water can travel from one place to the next, right?
Right.
Or handle overflow water, and they do flood down there sometimes.
Yeah, I've actually got a video of that, of what it looks like. Candus sent it to us.
Yeah, I seen it. And so that's what I'm saying. So I don't have no clue what round green things in the grass she's referring to, but she goes on to say that, at night she would hear this, manhole, lid come off, and, it would be in the grass because she didn't hear it clank down. And then she talks and goes into, full detail about hearing the pipe drop down and the clank and the sound, and you could tell it was round by the sound. I don't know how she can tell something is round by the sound, but
she sees shapes. She hears shapes.
Right. And she could hear the sound. So and the shape. And so I have no clue exactly where she's talking about. Now there was somebody.
There is a hole underneath there. There's a tile there, but I think where she would have entered the creek in, from my understanding, is down right past here on that curve. And that's the tile she refers to. It runs completely under Ben Hill.
And the tile's further down, right?
Right.
Okay. All right. So she's saying the round green things, right? And so if she's searching in this area, then there must be a round green thing.
That's your problem. You're correct.
In this area. She also said, who was it that said that she was up on, was it the Chambers land or was it the Sherfies land that she was searching for wells on? I can't recall, but it was
Mhm.
one of those two properties that she later on in time was
Was it
searching.
Chambers? I want to say Chambers.
I want to say Chambers too, but I'm not positive. And I'm scared to say it because I can't remember.
FBI, yes, her 125 Ben Hill was searched.
And so we're going to go on down here. Now, remember when we get to when I air Jody Sue's live, remember what we're discussing here, okay, guys? Where you're saying that, she was supposed to be down by the tile and what Benny and Tiffany spoke about this morning, okay?
Okay.
All right, here we go.
I'm going to mute out it echoes if we both.
Okay. All right, I'm sorry.
I was here yesterday, and there was two.
I was just telling you a
cars
secret. If we both don't mute out, it'll echo for everybody watching.
Oh, I have to mute out too?
Yeah, we both have to. Till you talk, then just unmute to talk because it. And do you know your hotkeys? That'll make it easier for you doing this.
I know, like the stop and start and back up and fast forward.
I think M is mute. I don't know if it's a shift M, but that'll help you when you're talking to do your. So because it'll. I don't know why it makes a echo so bad. Sometimes it will, sometimes it won't. But they were saying something about an echo in the chat. That's why I was just trying to help you.
Okay. So how do I talk if I mute out?
Well, that's the hard part. You'll just have to unmute to talk and then mute back when you play it. But just play it. Who cares? It wasn't muting. It wasn't echoing earlier. I'll tell you if it does.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to talk, guys. I'm sorry. Okay. Right here in this section, you've got this, this shape right here. Okay. I sound like Jody Sue. Jesus. All right. So we're coming down the road here, and the creek is over off on this side over here. Now, Cam's going to come in a minute. I'm going to mute out, and he's going to tell me exactly where this tile is so that you guys all know too. And hang on, I'm going to mute out so he can talk. Let me find my mute button.
We should be fine. I just let it play. If they can't deal with it, it'll be all right. She has 2 cats buried up there, FBI, on that property. I have the picture of the 2 burial sites up there. They have little headstones or little markers. Sage, I wouldn't even worry about muting. It'll be all right. Yeah, I was waiting for you to push play. So the tile up here is
in the driveway. One had a canoe on the top.
all right. That right there goes up to right behind the school bus. Something I'm going to add with that right there is the place where the dog first followed the scent down to the gravel. Where that dog came from and followed the scent is, if you check out our videos, the bus trail, that's exactly where her son ran from too on August 1st, 2 times on August 1st and 15th. He came around that way of 2021, right after Summer went missing. But that's the path that was taken, and Jody Sue was sitting. The scent went down to the bottom of the driveway, but right up through there is where the bus sits, and the dog trail that was mentioned is, you can see it actually right here where it's paused right up there. Okay, so right where her mouse is right there on the screen, or that's right in there. We'll come over where just a little right there is that's the dog trail. Yeah, and you're right, McBro, in the chat. There's 2 creeks. You have Limestone Branch and Beach Creek that both come in right here to this property. So that was Limestone Branch, or Limestone Creek, sorry, that Sage was talking about coming and going up under the driveway. I didn't actually know that time. I want to know how big that is. I'm gonna go back out there and look at that and probably film it. But yeah, if you'll push play, say I'll show.
And then I
Keep going there. It's paused again, I think. Yeah, I am, Sage. I'm talking, but
came
you,
one time.
there you go. Just let it play, and I was going to show where that tile is. It's on way
About a
down
month
here.
ago, and there was a
Do you want me
dead wall
to?
right there.
That's what I'm saying. I come here, me and my mom and my aunt, and they was a cop, like a cop or look like a damn.
Wow.
Because a lot of
Hold
people,
on a second.
I don't.
All right, yeah. So this is where a lot of people get confused. Right up here, right in front of them, you see how where it first
Think
tries
why
to curve to the right,
Not a whole lot is
and then goes back around to the left. This first,
because they
so
think
right up there in that clearing,
there's all up
the,
there.
the
there's
creek
all
comes
what's going on
diagonally
down
from
there.
that dark spot across, right there to the next dark spot over there in the wood, like diag straight at, yeah. That's how the creek runs. That's the big tile. This creek only gets about 2 feet deep, though. It's like on a good day, on like normal days, it's 2 to 3 foot deep, maybe ankle deep, right? It's not even 3 feet. No, inches. Sorry, inches. Dang, not feet, inches.
I was like, what?
Sorry, man. I'm.
It was a couple of feet whenever it was flooded.
Yeah, when it was flooding, when it rained, it's. This is crazy because Don told me one time on the phone, and I always thought it was weird. He said, yeah, I've just always wondered that if it flooded, and it came down through there, it's strong enough, the current's strong enough to take a car. And I was like, BS. I called bull crap on him. But then when Candus came on our live that one time, which was the worst experience ever. But when she came on that one time, I showed a video of right here. This is the area of where we showed it, where the creek was like, I mean, it was rushing. Do I still have that video?
You should have it somewhere.
I think it's on the laptop. I'll have to find it. Yeah, but do they walk right down through here?
Yeah, they go down a few more feet here, and then I can go further, but I had wasn't going to take it much further because I.
Okay, well, if you want, yeah, that's
But
why.
wait.
I'll show my maps down here. That's what I had pull up if you wanted me to.
What exactly is the tile? I hear the tile all the time, and my imagination is bringing up something that I'm not seeing here. Because
So I was wrong at one time. I thought the tile.
Yeah.
I had a.
the creek.
Yeah.
I had
Where that little girl was probably-
was it playing?
I'm sorry, I was playing it to see if I could get closer up to that spot you were
Oh
talking
yeah,
about.
go ahead.
most of the time.
You know what I'm saying?
I showed a picture one time, and I was sent it by Angel Talks Too Fast, and she showed me a tile because I didn't know what she was talking about when Jody Sue kept saying tile. I thought it was like a 3 foot around hole. It's not. The tile she's talking about is literally a big tunnel that goes up under the road.
Is it right here?
Yeah, it's
Because
right.
that looks like the tunnel.
Yeah,
Do you
that's
see
it.
the mouse?
Yeah. Well, yeah, a little bit over to the side. That's it. Right down in there. That's pretty deep down in that little hole there, off the side of the road.
Let's see if I can get closer because it looks like a tunnel, but then it doesn't. And then it just looks like a bare spot where the dirt, like somebody's wheel kind of spun out a little bit. So I don't think that's a tunnel. So I'm trying to figure out exactly where the tunnel is because when she was talking about the tunnel, she says she was over at the driveway. Then she mentions the tile, but then when I listen to it again, it doesn't sound like she's saying tile. It sounds like she's saying tunnel. And the only thing that I can think of there is from one side of Dawn's driveway to the other side.
Yeah, so I can show when you get done with this. You just click on the maps right that I got there. And I'll show you exactly where it's at, and I'll show you how it. So the tunnel right here not tunnel, tile is what she calls it, a tile, and it's weird because it's not a tile.
Mhm.
I'm trying to think of it's a pipe. It's a pipe that goes under
Yeah.
the road.
So
And
this side over here on the on Dawn's side is
Yeah.
Beach Creek, and the other side over here is
Chambers.
Lime Branch, right?
No, okay. So the creek that comes down where you were, where right before the Wells driveway, that's Limestone Creek or Limestone Branch Creek.
Okay.
This is Beach Creek that
Okay.
comes running from around Jack. That might be Jackie's property or Chambers. It's one of the twos
Yeah.
on the other side of the road over there. And
Yeah.
when I pull up my screen here, I'll be able to show you a little better.
But y'all see this curve right here? This is where they were saying that Jody Sue came upon the boys playing in the creek in this area, right? Up a little bit here.
Yeah, she was saying that she saw them because this is where they were trying to explain that Summer might, when Jody Sue makes that weird comment of I had to check and make sure she was still in there.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is this cuts down from that basement door. They can go either down right to the creek right here, or they can go down the other way over towards the other shed that's down on Beach Creek side.
Okay. All right. So we're going to continue here.
If they ain't got, he's down here rough and tough, they play. You know what I mean?
You see the water level, guys? I'm going to mute out for a minute so that Cam can talk. Hold on.
There ain't no TV. There ain't no certain like that.
Dang, he zoomed in right there. Yeah, that's perfect.
Nowadays there is, but back when I was little, when I come to Tennessee, me and my
All
brothers
right.
was in creeks.
So right there in that ivy on the corner right there, that's where that little tunnel will sit. That's the tile or whatever she calls it that goes up under. That's where I'm thinking that, and that's where I've always been explained to by the people that searched and were out there, is that's where that was. That's where she would have entered in. So when she says that she saw all them people pulling at the end of Ben Hill, I'll show you when I pull my maps up. There's no way she could have seen that, first off. And the creek right here where they meet, or I'll be able, I'm trying to think of it without being able to look at it.
I don't see how she could have looked through. You're talking about on the left-hand side of the screen, right? I don't see how she could have seen through there all the way across this road right here.
She said, I got down there by hands and knees, and I was like, no, you didn't.
No, I don't care how badass. No, and she definitely didn't crawl through it.
Yeah, and she said, and this is coming from the same person that said she had to have help around that day.
Yeah.
Book had to help her walk and do everything that day, but yet she's down here trampling through looking for tracks like she's Sherlock Holmes.
Right. And Brandon wouldn't even get in the creek up past 125. Remember, he said, "No, man, there's snakes in there," because JLR was like, you want to go in there? And he's like, "Oh man, oh no." And this is Brandon, who goes around in the woods all day long. You know what I mean? Not wanting to get in that creek. So,
and there definitely is snakes in there.
Yeah, and I know that Jody Sue likes snakes, but there's other kind of snakes. So I don't see her being frantic looking for a child.
I don't know that they might all them poisonous evil snakes probably flock to her as friends. I'm just playing.
She could have been wearing them as bracelets. All right, so I'm gonna mute out and let you carry it to the end of the road.
Okay. Oh, and one more other thing I'm going to add before you move on here is, so about Don saying it flooded right here. He told me that back in October, November of 2021, and I was like, no, and it always sat weird with me. He said, if the creek rises and what if it carries her off, is what he said.
He said because the current gets
'Cause
fast enough to carry a car off.
Yeah, but yet he didn't think she was around here. But then he's talking
said
about
that.
he said that. Now I don't know what that means. I don't know if he at this point was thinking, or well, maybe there is something to what is happening around, or if he had knowledge. But so there's that. And what I was talking about earlier in the chat about Brandon throwing the carcass in the other pond. So he talks in this video about him throwing a half a carcass or a piece of a deer carcass out at the very end spot of that pond, right where they were standing beside, which is not the pond on the property that he deflects from, and he takes them to another pond on somebody else's property. Well, Jody Sue had started a rumor right at the same time, and it was cleared as being animal carcass there. She started a rumor saying that human remains had been found at that pond. WJHL actually called me and Allie and asked us if it was true. We told them no. We had because it was Jody Sue or somebody, and I'm guaranteeing it came from her, said that Candus was being arrested. Cops were all over the hill, everything. I actually have a video in my video section where we show it, and Candus sends a video to us of her whole property, and there was nobody out there. Nothing was happening. But my question is, how the hell did she know about the deer carcass he threw in there? And why did law enforcement go talk to him about it?
Exactly. And that's what I was saying about everybody knowing everything about everybody. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But might not know everything correctly. FBI Green Eyes knows things. Why are we worried about Green Eyes, FBI?
But
we're not going to discuss Green Eyes. All right. So let's move on from Green Eyes.
Well, you pointed out a good point too. When he walked by, I'm glad you did, where he walks by there and looks straight up there on 125. And yet he doesn't want to talk about them whatsoever. And, I'm I got to be careful here. There's certain people that think that Andy shouldn't be talked about. Well, I'm going to question everybody.
No, Cam, I'm going to have to use the bathroom in a minute.
Okay.
But I will, you carry on and do your thing, and don't worry about what you say on my
channel. On my little screen down there, or are you going to play the rest of this one to the end?
It's only for a few more feet here. I just want to come around this bin here, and then I'm going to stop. But what I miss, I want you to make sure I see when I come back, okay?
Okay.
Here we go, love. Hang on.
All right.
90% of the time. We was together, though. You know what I mean? It's rare. One of those girls gonna go walking off, bro. I'm saying, or this way.
Right there. Right there is where that's the creek on the other side. He runs right down through there. Now that would be Beach Creek coming down here. So I don't know if they meet. Both creeks meet. And when I pull my map up here, and we'll find out. Yeah, it's Limestone. Yeah. Limestone Creek or Limestone Branch Creek.
I know, but I'm saying it should show exactly where.
Yeah, it should show exactly where they meet at. But that coming from that way, going that way, goes straight to that pond that he takes JLR to. That would be Beach Creek, and that's the tile on the other side.
This makes me wonder, and I have to look back at those other pictures. They're on my one of the lives that I did. Jody Sue had posted some pictures on March 11th of this year. Excuse me. On March 10th, she posted a meme talking about, if you're observant, don't quote me word for word, but basically, if you wait long enough, somebody will tell on themselves, right? And so the very next day, she's posting a series of, hang on, I think I've got to say goodnight to my little man. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm going to mute out and let you talk for a minute.
You're fine. Yeah, so y'all in the chat are saying, why does Andy not supposed to be talking? Well, there's certain people that have it's just, I'm just gonna say, people that are on YouTube that think that he should not be questioned, talked about, or even anything. Well, I'm sorry if he says he just seems to have quite the memory loss when it comes to that day.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, when you're questioned by multiple agencies over and over, you're going to remember what happened that day. And not to count, not adding the fact that a child went missing where you live at. And he says that he shouldn't have been mentioned, and his family, nobody should have been looked into.
Well, we're
What?
going to talk about Andy here shortly. And like I said, I'm probably going to get some people upset with me too, but
Yeah, I'm
it
ready.
is what
I'm
it
fine
is.
with it. Yep.
So, I want you to feel free, but don't get yourself in trouble for me. You know
No,
what I mean?
I'll say the same thing on my, that's the thing about this. And I know the people that are in it for the right reason. I don't care if those people don't like me or anything. If he's the only one so far, him and Jody Sue, that nothing really makes sense about anything they say.
I agree. But when I was talking about those photos, and like I said, we're going to get into Andy. I'm going to play him next. Okay.
Yep.
On those photos that she posted, and it could be bait and it could be nothing, but it to me looks like a cave. And they're photos taken from the car, and you see the window of the car, and it looks to me like a cave. It looks exactly like a cave to me. And there's a round green thing in the grass that leads into water. Now, looking at this picture that we got on the screen right now, and you're telling me that I just felt like Leslie in the CM interview, and you're telling me, but what's in my mind? So I'm imagining right now, without being able to see, a round green thing right here, okay, or right in here. And you see these dark spots, they're probably just shadows, on the photos that she posted. I pulled them up and used photo editing tools to blow, you know
Do
what I
you
mean?
have those?
Yeah, and like Lightroom, Photoshop, all that.
I mean, do
And
you have those photos?
I have them on my channel. They're
Okay.
in one of my lives, but don't ask me, because I forget as soon as I post it. I have to go back and search myself for what I've already posted or already said. Is gone as soon as I post it in my mind.
Oh,
And everything just blends together, and because I'm
I
listened to
feel you.
100 tapes. Well, that's exaggeration. I probably listen about 10, 15 tapes a day. And I might listen to those same tapes the next day. And then, you know what I mean? And sometimes I'm like, wait a minute, did I hear that on someone else's channel, or is it on my computer that I haven't even did I upload it already? And I'll spend 30 minutes trying to make sure that I didn't. I hate the way I have to title things, because it's not telling me when I look at my stuff what I've already posted. You know what I mean? So
Right.
I spend a lot of wasted time trying to figure out what the heck I've already done.
I'm going back now. I know y'all have seen that's one reason I've been premiering all these short reference videos. I
Mhm.
had to go back because there were so many lives and so much information that we have forgot about.
And you lose track with the
Yeah.
long ones instead of the short. But by doing the short, that gives her fodder to say that we're taking stuff out of context. So I want to make sure that I put the live out and then the short,
Exactly.
you
And
know.
always play her long. I don't care how annoying it is. Play it long enough to let her see that. Oh wow, nobody took you out of context. That's
Mhm.
exactly what you said.
Yep. But on those photos, I couldn't tell, I mean, on those photos, to me, in my opinion, it looks like a cave. Nobody ever mentioned it, and I did send it to some people, and nothing ever came of it, and I
I
really didn't get
got it.
any replies back on it. And so, I was just like, well, I don't know what to do. You know what I mean? And so finally I just put it out there, and I was like, well, if it's bait, it's bait. I'd rather put out bait and have her laugh at me
She ain't
then,
dating nobody. She tried to take that and run with it.
you
She ain't
know,
that clever.
rather have her laughing than Summer rotting away in a cave somewhere. You know what I
Exactly.
mean?
And y'all remember, there is caves out there. I talked about it on that property that Brandon initially walked at the beginning of this video. We searched that in October, 8 months to the day of this video, or 8 months to the month of this video. We were out there, and he says he had only been out there 8 months. Well, we asked his cousin, who was on a motorcycle, his cousin and his friend, if there were any caves back there. And they told me no. I had just seen them with my own eyes. I asked them that for a reason.
I don't blame you. But it makes me wonder, looking at this picture, is that the area that, because she would have been driving by. But I have to look back at the originals because I did crop them. And I don't know if I I'm wondering now, did I crop a guardrail, And so I'm going to go back through and look at my originals and make sure and look, because
if
there's only
send it to me, and I'll see what I can figure. I'll go out there. I'm not far from there. I'll go out there and compare.
Okay, now I'm gonna put my mouse around an area here that kind of looks like right here, but in the pictures that I posted in this section right here in the middle,
can't see your mouse. No, where you at on? Are you on the tab? There you go.
Right
there
here.
you are.
It doesn't look the same in this picture, in this enlarged screen, as it did in the smaller one. But when I send them to you, you'll see what I'm talking about. This is not as defined as the ones that I posted. It's really, really, really defined.
That's about as big as those cave mouths are open, and that's exactly how big they are that I found. They're very small, and that's what's weird. Like big enough just to, I'm not gonna say it, but
yeah, I know what you're saying, and and that's what I'm saying. She's got a picture of, several shots of the cave as the cars moving by, or they were walking, one or the other, but several of them you can tell was taken through the inside of a car. And then the next picture is a round tire, which is got a plant in the middle of it. And you can't tell if the plant is out where, this wooded area is, or if it was at the end of her driveway, because, she just posts shit and she's not telling people, you know what I mean? Hey, this is what this means. This is what that means. And if she was transparent, wanting to find the little girl across the street, she wouldn't be doing stuff like that. She would be going, this is a picture of a plant, my planter that I ripped up my plants when I left. This is what I had my plants growing in. This is what this area is over here that, this water is this particular creek on this particular road, whatever,
there's an area where you're talking about tire flowers planted in tires, of a picture I took of her driveway from her Facebook in 2015. And down at the bottom of her driveway over towards Jackie's property, there's a little area there where tires were stacked and plants were in them. Yeah. I'm wondering if that has anything, maybe if it's around in there.
I don't know, but we passed two of them on 125.
Yeah, that's green. Yeah. Those are so those barrels, you're talking about the barrels that they put packages and wood in and all that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Do you know if that's metal or is that plastic?
They're plastic.
Okay, so they wouldn't make a metal clanking sound like a manhole or manhole cover. Yeah, so we can scratch that off of any kind of possibility then. I'm going to go ahead and finish this little section right here, and then I'm going to let you play, and I'm going to run to the restroom real quick.
Okay. We take this street all the way up to our road.
You want to go?
Right there. Yeah.
That doesn't look anything like that picture I sent that I have.
Huh. So see, y'all can see the depth there of that creek there, and right under that brush is exactly where it. Yep, that's where she says she went in. So she entered on the other side, on the opposite side,
Mm-hmm.
and she walked that around. So if she got in there, you're gonna see right here when she keeps playing, just how far she is from the end of the road. But
Okay.
yet
Yeah, she's real close to the end of the road. So she walks a distance.
but she's not as close as to be able when she's down in that creek. If she was to step down in that creek like she says, she wouldn't be able to see up there.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And all plus all the foliage.
Mm-hmm.
And she
Okay,
tries to go ahead. Sorry.
sorry. Go ahead, Cam.
No, I'm good. That's all.
Okay.
Get off the main road.
Honestly,
No, this is where Jonathan says, do you want to go in there? And listen to what Brandon says.
It's up to you. I'm just saying.
You want to walk the main road?
honestly, I
I
hate
hate this.
I'm saying
I'm
this.
saying
I
this. I
just
just
don't
want
want
to
to be.
be.
You want to go back the way? You want to go back the way we came?
Honestly, I think we should walk the main road.
He says snakes, and honestly, we should walk the main road. Yeah, he didn't want to climb in that creek. So I don't
That's
believe.
weird.
Mm-hmm. Isn't it?
Actually,
But he
go
climbed
ahead.
in that pond. He searched the pond. You know, I would be more apt to think that, you know, a pond would have snakes too.
Which that's a bold faced lie about up there at that pond that he deflects from. He didn't clear that pond. Nita Diver came in, a professional diving group, because nobody knew about it till we got out there and searched, because you can't see it from Google Maps. You can't see it from me. They went back there and cleared it because they had a run in with the one and only Frank Light, because Frank Light lives in that trailer there.
Mm-hmm.
Stays there. Sorry, stays there.
Hang on one second, Cam. Can you do closed caption during a live? Or does it have to wait until it is
You have to
uploaded?
wait till after it's uploaded, but you have to turn it on in your studio.
Okay, Betsy, you can't do it until it's uploaded. So when the live is done, you can come back through and closed caption will work, honey. Kim Holmes is wanting to know if, let me see if I can catch it again.
Yeah, and you
Does the creek follow where the prints were found, where the footprints were found?
I'll be able to show you that as soon as we get done, Kim. When I pull my maps up, I'll show you all that.
Okay. All right. Let me get this going, guys.
Yeah,
I'm
you need to go to the restroom.
Yeah. Hold on.
Because I'll just show you. Me and you did that way, and I'll show you how short it is. You know what I mean?
You know what I mean?
But I got
I got
friends
friends
up and down
up
this
and down
creek.
the
You know what I'm saying?
You know anything about this neighbor up here in the corner?
No.
Now, see, you've got, look what's coming up and look how
Right
fast
there's the end of the
comes up.
road.
Mhm.
Nothing about him at all. Like a lot of us,
They're
They're
called the
called the
chambers.
chambers, I think. Their name
I,
is the chambers.
I think
I
they're
think
good.
they're good people.
The only
The only bad people it seems like are these people here.
The
The
wells.
wells.
And there's why, there's why, there's why that's
I know
I
why.
know why
But they're
they
not
love-
molesters.
No,
Or
dude,
child,
Or
you know,
child,
killer.
you know,
Ain't
killer.
nobody.
ain't nobody.
When I say molesters, there's some sex offenders around here. I mean, people that do things to children. Molesters are still bad people.
They
That,
wouldn't
They
be
wouldn't
down
be
here.
down here. I'm gonna tell you that.
That's
That's
a
a
fact,
fact,
bro.
bro.
I'm a-
Come on, Lucy.
Well, there wouldn't be any RSOs if that was an
Yeah, I like
MF
that.
in
Yeah, I
fact,
like
Brandon.
That's right.
But I'm just
But
saying,
I'm just saying, you're
That's
All
an
right,
old red Chevrolet or old Ford. I can't remember which. That's sitting there in the chambers driveway.
But right here, guys, at the end right here where it ends, and there's no road going this way, and it just tees out right here. This is Beach Creek.
Yep.
So when Dawn and everybody's supposed to be coming down this road, they're supposed to be coming this direction, right? They're supposed to
Yeah.
turn onto this road and come down this way, and then turn up to. I know you can't see my mouse. And
Yeah,
then,
we can.
okay. And then go up into Dawn's driveway, you know, and if they were coming in facing Brandon right now, they would be turning right onto 110 and they would be turning left onto 125. Want you to remember that, okay? Right onto 110, left onto 125, because in a few minutes, we're going to talk about something else, and we're going to be talking left and rights a lot.
You
Okay.
remember when JLR was sitting there watching Candus pull out with the canoe on top of the Suburban? He was sitting on that road right there, diagonal across the road, going up. He was sitting right there, hidden behind that. So you can see behind the stop sign right there.
Yeah.
That's a
Right
road going
here.
up.
Right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was sitting there watching her, but yet he says somebody came and got the. It was Candus taking her own.
And see, I thought he was over on Simpson. I always end up screwing up and saying Simpson Loop when I'm trying to say Simpson, but you know, the one that Y's in.
Yeah.
That we just came through just at the beginning of this. That's where I thought he was at that time, but I was wrong.
Yeah, he's sitting right there being all sneaky, which is crazy. That's why people doing that stuff to people right there is why nobody wants to talk about anything.
Right. Well, I'm going to stop this one right here, and I'm going to exit out.
All you gotta do is click on my little thing down there.
Okay, and click add to stream, right?
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna be back in a few minutes, so I don't know how long yours is, but just carry on until I get back.
It's not long. I'm just showing on a map. That's all I got is showing my maps. I'm just sharing. I can control it and everything.
Yeah. Well, communicate if it runs out. Communicate with chat until I get back. Okay, Cam?
Okay. Yeah, I'm doing. So yeah, you do what you got to do. I'm doing this in real time, so it won't run out or anything.
Is it on there for you now? Do I need to do anything else?
No, it's it. That's it.
Do you want me full screen it or anything?
It's full screen. You already got it.
Okay. All right. I'll be back, guys. I'm gonna mute out.
All right. Okay, guys. So this right here. Thank you, Sage. Anyway, I know you're going, but thank you for letting me come up here. I wasn't trying to hijack your live stream. I was just trying to help bring some clarity to this. So this right here is the curve where they're talking about where she was just showing. Limestone Branch is this creek that runs up beside the driveway. It runs all the way here, comes up around here. Right here is that under spot. This is where it comes out and runs around. This is Beach Creek. See it right here? It's got it listed, Beach Creek and Limestone Branch. So it's coming there and going up under. This is the power. This is one of the power line cutouts. This is the other power line cut. So this is a hill right here. It doesn't look like it, but that's a hill. So this comes under the underpass or under the road. Sorry, the tile. Let me make sure that everybody's on point and you can see what I'm doing. Oh, okay. Oh. Okay. Sorry, I got a text message just now. I'm sorry. Let me make sure. He's needing a shoe. Let me see. I'm way down far. My chat was way behind. Where's the wee cave on your map, Kim? Okay. So the cave that we were just looking at that she thought might be a potential, this is the tile. This is what we're talking about. This is where Jody Sue entered the creek. She got in over here. Okay. She walks all the way around and follows it all the way around. Sorry, I was wrong. Let me show you something. This is the power line cut up to the Wells property right here, but the creek goes all the way around here. Then Beach Creek travels back down through here. You remember how you could see it in my video, the unseen trail that comes down beside here. This is the gray shed that actually has the 110 Ben Hill address. If you see it right there, the house don't have it. This shed does. So this power line cut goes down here. This is the shed on Beach Creek when we enter the bottom property, when we come down the unseen trail right there. That's the power line cut out. The trail went down right beside it. We popped out right here. That's where that little pink rabbit was, if you watched. And then there was a fort, like a shooting house, we called it, but it's what the boys used as a fort. Let me see if I can go to 2D and see if it makes it. Yeah, here we go. And then, so Kim Holmes, you wanted to know. Let me make sure. All right, that's all making sense. Cool. I had to click back over here. Actually, I don't. I have two screens. I don't know why I'm doing that. I'm going to pull y'all right here, and I can see y'all at the same time. Okay. Let me go back to 3D here. So, Kim Holmes, Beach Creek right here comes right here. The footprints. Now, the one on the property where the guy talked about it, the property owner talked about it on social media, is all the way here. Summer has no reason to be down here this far. People say, oh, that could have been from another day. How did they know that the scent? So what the search and rescue guys said was that the prints had to have been left from the time in between the time of the 15th to when they were located. The prints were located on the 19th of June. Okay. So we're going to hit measure distance. I put it right there where the prints were to where the creek is right here. That is 2,696.18 feet or 821 meters. Okay. From here. So if Summer traveled this route first, as they said, or if whatever happened, if they say she wandered off, she would have had to have wandered through all this farmland. There's a fence line here. There's a drive. This is where Simpson Road. It looks like it comes all the way down, but it ends. Actually, there's a gate right here, right past. This is Mary Sexton's house. Okay. I'm going to triangulate this stuff. I'm going to show you something that we found the other day, though. And I didn't know about this. You see this little white? You see this right here? This little white blip? There's a house. There's a house right here. Because there is a property number right here. Look at this. 135. Let me see if it'll let me. This would be where the prints were. I thought originally they said beside a white trailer. This is owned by, you hear Brandon in this video talk about Chad and his brother Billy. Chad, what's the last name? He says it. Chad and Michael. Chad and Billy.
I could tell you.
Oh yeah, I'll show you something in here in just a second. I want to see. This is. Hold on a second. Get this down here. Sage, are you back? Nope.
Yeah, I'm back.
Oh,
I
okay.
was just sitting here listening.
All right. So I found out. I was thinking, because I kept hearing, I always knew that the other prints besides the ones on Mr. Phillips' property, the one that came out and spoke on social media, they said the other ones were near a white trailer on Mary Sexton's property. Well, this isn't Mary Sexton's property right here. This is. And this right here is a address that comes up to 135 right here. This is Mary 6. This is owned by Christine Mock, which is her daughter. So there's a white little thing here. You can't barely see it. I'm going to see. Let me go to 2D. This is where that's at, though. This is where I believe they were mentioning it. Now, let me clear my measurements here. I was going to triangulate from this to the creek down there to the wells to the other print right here. Watch this. Go back to 3D so I can go above it. That is the area that we're looking at between the prints and everything. That is a distance of 1.19 miles. And that's about right with, ain't it, Alec? That is exactly right with how they described it, because they said the prints from the wells were, what, 0.4 miles?
Yes.
And then from there to the other set of them that he says is 3/4 of a mile away from them. That right there is about accurate. 1.19. That's it, ain't it?
Yeah.
Cam,
Yeah.
Cam, can you tell me what is over by the blue dot? Where is that on Beach Creek? Where that last the very sharp point of your triangle there?
This one?
Where? Yeah. Wait, bring your mouse over to your triangle that you just made.
Yeah.
That one. What's near there?
Okay, this is Mr. Phillips' property, but
Is there any businesses in this area?
Josh
Okay.
Phillips owns a trucking company that's right here. So set off back here in these woods.
How far is that from
Mhm.
Mount Carmel Church?
Mount Carmel Church is just
Yeah, I know where
right
it's
here.
at. Okay. That's what I wanted to
Okay, so
know.
you,
We're going to get to
yeah.
that in a minute. Go on.
Well, is in the people that were asking me where Beach Creek ran to. Now look,
Uh-huh.
Beach Creek runs around the wells. It comes all the way down here, and it starts back halfway up that power line cut, and it runs all the way down to
Mhm.
where he's right past where her prints were, somewhere around here. So he
Mhm.
said behind the house. I was just showing where the property was. So he said
Mhm.
behind the house on a ridge that you couldn't see from the house. So
Right.
that would make it somewhere in here.
Uh-huh. But still near the creek enough.
Still near the creek. So why is Jody Sue immediate? That right there just opened my eyes. I didn't know about that till just now. I didn't really put that into context.
Okay,
That creek
so
is right
remember
there around. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Remember
No,
the
you're
comment
fine.
you made about Dawn saying about, flooding and her washing away?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that wouldn't have nothing to do with the footprints, but it just
Well, I
makes
mean, it
you.
possibly could though, because what if the sad, scary thing, and I mean, I'm just going to be real here. What if somebody lured her and she walked her own self
It's
to
possible.
wherever? Yeah.
That is one of my theories, that she was taken by someone and left somewhere, and
Well,
somebody that
go
she
ahead.
knew.
Yeah,
And
and right there you can
that's
see
one
it.
of my main theories.
There's Mount Carmel right there. You can see it right there on the green. But
We're going to talk
yeah,
about Mount Carmel in a minute, when that's going to come the whole butt end of what my life is going to be about. All of
well,
that
check, and
goes in.
I'll be done in 1 second, and I'll finish. And I just
Oh
wanted,
no, take your time.
I just caught one other thing. Like when you went when you went to the bathroom, I said, "I am so sorry. I did not mean to hijack your live. I
No,
was trying to help."
no. I wanted you to come up. I asked you the other day because I wanted to talk about the stuff the other day, because, like I said, some of the stuff I had in this long rambling thing that I do. I call it a long commentary, and it's not. It's just a bunch of stuff that
Just
I
thoughts.
put in, along the way. And today, stuff just fell into place. And I
Right.
want your opinion on what you see, because it goes along with what everybody's talking about right now.
I just noticed something else, guys, because, and this is big to me, and I don't know if it's going to speak to y'all, but just pay attention to me real quick. So Beach Creek goes past those prints. Now, that leads me to believe, because the property owner, Josh Phillips, down here at this corner one near Beach Creek, says they don't know which ones were left first.
Yeah.
These over here or these here. This leads me to believe that these were first up here. Then come down, followed around Beach Creek. Look, now this is Fields Road. Mount Carmel's here. Fields Road is right across the road, right? Beach Creek runs right down to where that picture was taken, where the agents were searching on Fields Road.
What I was going to talk about. Go ahead. You're on the same wavelength me, because that's what you're getting ready to see when I post. Go on.
All right. So Beach Creek runs right here. They take that picture right here. Who other than Andy Bernard and Jody Sue lived right here in this property, right the direction they travel. And where did Jody Sue and Andy first go look for Dobbs? Fields Road, right here.
Yep.
That property. So there is something to following that creek line. The first place she goes is that creek, and the main thing she talks about before it's ever even questioned about tracks or prints is she was looking for tracks. I did a live about that. And trying to keep her tracks down.
I like. And
she talks about how. Do what?
I like the map that you're showing, because it's much better than what I'm going to show, and it really puts it in perspective of what I'm thinking.
The fields.
I want you to show this again. I'm sorry. I want you to show.
No, I just said. Go ahead.
I want you to show this again. This particular spot that you were just showing of Fields and the 2 hills. When I get done, okay? So we can go back to it, so everybody can get an idea better than what I have to present.
Well, go ahead and just remove that, and remove my screen, remove from stream, and then it'll just sit down here, and then go ahead and do your thing, and I'll have it ready.
All right. I hit remove.
Yeah, just hit remove, and it'll go back to sitting at the bottom where it was.
Okay, hang on. So I'm going to go into Andy. Then I'm going to go into, well, let me just go into the maps first, okay? And then you can go back into here. So, and then we'll talk about the other things. Hold on a minute. Let me get to that. I couldn't figure out how to do the photos, just put photos up. So I made a video file of them.
Well, you can do slides. When you said share screen there, you can go up to the top. It'll say share a video, and then it's just share slides. You'll have to put together a slide. The best way to do that I found is I use Canva for everything.
Yeah, I have it. I just haven't figured out how to use it yet.
Okay.
Yeah, all right. So on this one here, we've all seen this message. This is June 15th, right? I want to point out some time differences here. I'm going to see if I can y'all see the messages on the screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see if I can still stop and start when I enlarge this screen so y'all can see it better. Okay. He's asking, and I skipped a little bit forward in the messages, and I'm using the one that's on Tiffany Marie's because I was too lazy to go dig out my own. I had also transcribed these in a commentary long time ago, okay? But I was in a hurry this evening, and so I just grabbed them off of Tiffany's real quick. And so look at the time where it says, he says, not off yet. She goes, okay, soon. And like I said, I skipped forward. And the time on the 15th here is 6:02. Okay. He says, about to leave. What am I doing? This is 6:02. All right, so between 6:02 and 6:09, things happen. He says, about to leave. What am I doing? She goes, getting me or not? He says, you want me to? If you do, we'll head there, but got to get drink on the way, right? All right, so let's move forward. That means he's going to stop somewhere on his way, okay? So this is at 6:02. He says, I'm about to leave. He's not said, I'm on the road. I'm leaving now. I'm about to leave, okay? Why aren't you moving? Oh, no, it's not moving. There it is.
There you go.
And so then it says, you can't hardly see it up above. She says, yeah. And then she goes, now this is after 6:02, okay? There's been a couple messages written. I'll be at bottom in 25. So 6:02 plus 25 is 6:27. Okay. She's trying to tell everybody that she left out of her, now depending on the version, because there's different ones. She tried to say originally that she sent the 6:09 message while she was still in the quote cabin and was getting dressed, and that she wasn't going to hurry on and hurry out there because he could just wait on her because she was in one of those pissed off moods, you know, and talking about her DV and all of that, right? So she put that out there and said that, you know, she was going to take the time and finish getting dressed, that she had sent the 6:09 message, then left her cabin and walked down the driveway. Here she's saying that she's going to be at the bottom in 25. It's so faint you can hardly see it. And I found that odd too. You know what I mean? It's almost like she drug a eraser, you know, in a photo program, you know, across that section there. So that would be if she did wait 25 minutes, right, to walk down, that would be 6:27. Not shortly after 6:09, like she wants everyone to believe that she did. She's trying to tell everybody that she would hit that she now she says when she walked out of her cabin.
Jody Sue's in here.
Is she really?
Yes, are you really over here telling people BS again? If that's really you, Jody Sue, you're more than welcome to come up here and clear it up for us.
Jody Sue's welcome in my chat. Just make sure it's Jody Sue, okay?
You have to go click on her name and see if it takes you to her real page.
Well, CSI removed it. I don't know if I can do that when she did that. Hang on a minute.
Yeah, you can. You can check it.
Okay. Yeah, it's Jody Sue.
Yep, that's her.
Yeah, well, that's cool. Let her go for it. Let's see
Jody
what she's got to say.
Hey Jody, this is what the thing is though, and I want to ask
I brought her out. I haven't seen anybody else bring her out in a long time. She's been probably dying to do this with me.
Why doesn't she come into mine ever? I welcome her too. I want you to come clear it up.
Because I'm calling her out.
Yeah, like she does. Well, the other night and the night before, when she gets mad enough to call you out by name or come over to you, she's mad you're hitting on something.
Yeah, that's fine. She's got every right to speak up for herself. She just needs to be careful how she speaks and abide by the rules. She doesn't allow me in her chat, and that's okay. She can be like that. But she's welcome in my chat.
Her either. Dang. Yeah. And I became a member.
She can abide by the rules and stay in here as long as she wants. But you know, she don't abide by the rules, and she goes bye-bye. And that's just the way it is.
I think you should continue with what you're saying because I think this is burning her up. Let's hear what's going on here.
So right there, she's saying, I'll be at the bottom in 25. And then he says, we'll text when past moms. So you ain't in heat very long. So now when we all posted this originally, we were all like, oh God, look at Andy, you know, he's really conscientious and he doesn't want this woman out in the heat. You know, God, Jody Sue, you really, you know, ragging on this dude and look how nice he sounds. Okay. And that is a nice statement that he made.
Yeah.
However, pay attention to what he said. When past moms. So that means if he's coming from Kingsport and and I'm going to show it in his live, he said he was working at Hayworth Tire when Summer went missing. That's in Kingsport. That's the opposite direction of his mother's place. He would have to pass Mount Carmel. He would pass Ben Hill.
Yep.
He would pass Mount Carmel and then hit Fields Road. Right? If he was going to pass his mother's house. Unless he came in from the opposite direction somehow. And if he was coming in from work, why would he come all the way around? You know, you see what I'm saying? He would have to make this wide berth to come back around. You
Right.
see what I'm saying?
So he had to pass his mother's on Lone if he came in that way. On Lone Star, is what you're talking about?
He would have had to come a completely different way from his workplace to pass his mother's house.
Right.
Let me finish and I'll show you. And I'll pull up that map real quick because I really don't care much more about this message other than she says, you know, see you soon. Gonna head down and, excuse me, mess with my flowers anyway. And then she posts the 609. Okay, see you soon. Right. So between 602 and 609, she's saying that she's going to be down there in about 25. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what, 7 minutes, you know? So we can subtract 7 minutes and whether or not she actually went out and walked down there right away or not, you know, it's, you know, tit for tat. There's no proof, you know what I mean, at this point. But the point is at 602, she's telling him that she's going to come down there in about 25.
Oh, drop the link, Sage, for her. She's saying that notice the link hasn't been dropped anyway.
No, Jody Sue. Wait, Cam. Jody Sue, I didn't invite you on my panel, honey.
Oh.
I invited you in my chat.
Oh, I did that. Sorry. You can come on mine, Jody Sue.
You don't get to come up on my panel, honey. Sorry. All right, so here we go.
You can come on mine.
No, she's not going to come on mine and try to control like she's done other people. That don't happen with me. So let me see how to get out of this now. And now let's look at the map.
While I got her ear here, can I just tell her, look, when I go live tonight, if you want to come up and answer, clear some stuff up, you don't have to answer it because I know that you said we're just YouTubers. Yeah, but you know, and you said, and I have one thing that, you know, the reason people can tag your name and stuff is because you made a channel, which makes you a creator. That's not against the law, Jody Sue. That's tagging your channel. That's what YouTube is about, if you understood the rules. And to search private properties, you don't have to have Sheriff Lawson's permission. As long as you have the property owner's permission, you can search, and it does not have to be cleared with anybody. Thank you.
Bro, you've got a wrench, honey. Lean on me. You got a wrench. Hang on, guys. VB Diamond. Dizzle.
I heard it.
Jody Sue, I can figure things out, honey. You can sit in my chat and try to get everybody to stop listening to me, but it can go on replay and everybody will eventually listen. Okay? So I must be doing something right because you haven't talked to anybody in a long time, love. So, you know, like I said, you can come in my chat, you follow the rules that everybody else has to follow, and you can say what you got to say. And my rules are you've got to be nice to everybody. So that's just it. You know?
Oh, sorry. I went in there real quick. What happened? Oh.
I was just telling her, you know, that she's got the right to speak in chat as long as she follows the rules. Cool. But she's not going to control my chat neither, so that nobody listens to me, because everybody will eventually listen to me. There's replay, and that's that. So, but anyway, let's get to the maps, guys.
You're probably right. Trying to deflect from what you're saying.
All right. So here we go. And this is another video that I did, because like I said, I couldn't figure out how to do the tabs and the sharing and stuff like that. All right. So now don't hold none of this as approximates, and I could be totally wrong. Okay. I was trying to, and I know it looks like not a circle or anything like that. I'm not very good. It felt like trying to write in a mirror when I was trying to draw those lines on the, how you have the map and you have the little ruler and stuff, and you're trying to do the
Yeah.
measurements. It was so awkward,
You did
and
good.
so I was doing it on my phone, and it's just to give you an idea of what I'm trying to think in my brain. Okay. It's not exact or anything like that. So don't use those measurements at the bottom of the screen, anyone. It's just me trying to show you what I was thinking. So we were talking about how the creek ran, around Ben Hill, right? 110. Is that approximate? Like, I'm not saying the footage, but does it go completely around? Is there a spot that it doesn't go? Is there a gap, is what I'm saying, when you follow the creek all the way around? And it's all at the
Okay.
bottom of the hill, right?
Right. It's weird. So it goes,
Thank you, Fizzle.
what it does, it goes around, so it'll come under Ben Hill Road. It goes around their property, comes up the power line cut, kinda,
Uh-huh.
that goes up to Mary Sexton's.
Uh-huh.
Let me see. Yeah, I'm trying to follow it. Okay, so you come up where they start through the power line cut, and then it starts back down to the side of Beach Creek, right there, right in the tree line of where the clear cut is, where the field is there, and it follows Beach Creek Road all the way down to where then till it crosses under Fields Road.
Okay. All right. All right. So, like, again, I'm going to repeat it. Everyone, please do not use that footage that I've got down there. It's just me drawing lines. Okay. So that I could go from here to where I'm getting ready to go. All right. So, I don't know if it just went too fast. Darn it. I hate doing these things. Hang on a minute. Nope, it didn't. Okay. Now, this is approximate, again, distance from 110 to Mount Carmel Church. I wasn't going to air the maps until last, okay, or the messages that I had just showed. But Pam was talking about this, and so I figured I'd go ahead because I was going to play what Andy had to say about these things, and then what Jody Sue said in her live on December 31st, 2021, okay? Andy was questioned at a certain point, some questions, and we're going to get into that in a minute. But here's the and I'm going to play these maps again, and then Cam is going to go back into his map, and he's going to do a better job than I'm doing right now. Okay.
No.
Yeah, you will. And you already have. And so distance from 110 to Mount Carmel Church. Okay. Jody Sue said that after she saw Jody Sue said after she saw Candus, when they met up in the middle of the road and they had their little conversation, that Candus drove off and was going to go to Mount Carmel Church. In one of her lives, she has said that. She's also mentioned that, people would go sit in these church parking lots and use their Wi-Fi. Now, I don't know if Mount Carmel has Wi-Fi or not, but I spoke in my last live about what if Candus sat there during this time frame that she was supposed to be searching back and forth, and she was calling people, like trying to get up with Robin. She called numerous times, then got up with David Dodson. She reaches out to Hunter, and all this goes on up to 7:30 or so, right?
Yeah.
Of her reaching out to people. So I'm just curious because Jody Sue also said that when Candus came in, because she was complaining about the fact that she thought that Dawn's the red Subaru had been bought and paid for by the church. And the reason why this is all different lives, okay, that I'm referring to and pushing together. that she felt that, you know, the church had bought them there or paid it off or whatever. Because Candus came in, David Dotson came in, and Robin came in, and they all came in together and went right up the hill, boom, boom, boom. Okay. And all the vehicles were the same except for different colors. That's what she said. All right. So we know what Robin said about when she came in. We know what David said about when he came in. Okay. All right. So saying that, let's just go with maybe Candus, maybe Jody Sue is telling somewhat the truth in that one or two lives where she says that Candus drove off, headed towards Mount Carmel, and was supposed to call 911. But she also says, goes on and on and on, and others about, how Candus was supposed to call 911 at the top of the hill, and why would she call 911 at the bottom of the hill, and all that. I'm not going to get off on that track right now. I'm just talking about Mount Carmel. So let's say that Candus did go to Mount Carmel. Okay. Let's say that Candus went to Mount Carmel different hours of the day. It could have been 4 o'clock? Could have been 4:30 after 4:30 when we heard the scream.
Yeah.
Right? It didn't necessarily have to be 6:09. We only have Jody Sue's word that all this stuff happened at 6:09, after 6:09. Okay. So we just read a message where she's talking about at 6:02 coming down in 25. Okay. Could have been a day before, could have been any time. But anyway, let's just say that she did go to Mount Carmel and sit there, right? All right. So we've got a distance of 1.51 miles. So just over, almost under, just a little under 2 miles to Mount Carmel Free Will Baptist Church from 110. All right, so let's watch this. And imagine now if you drive like Jody Sue says everybody drives, it wouldn't have taken very long at all. And what does Jody Sue say all the time back then? They needed to extend that radius out a quarter of a mile.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
All right. So let's listen. Let's look at the next one.
I want to add something to what you just said that is good too.
Okay.
I did the distance of how long it is to Mount Carmel Free Will from 110 if you take following the creek. It's 1.23.
Say that again, Cam. I'm sorry.
So if instead of using the road, I did the distance from 110 to Free Will to Mount Carmel Free Will by like if you were following the creek, and it shaves off a little bit to 1.23 miles. You got 1.51. So just something to add there.
Remember when Jody Sue asked Tiffany in the video, she's saying, she's talking, Tiffany had posted a picture of Brandis's truck and it had the red tailgate, right? Yeah. And Jody Sue chimes in real quick like she caught something, right? And she goes, oh, do you know when that red tailgate come on? Was that after she came back from Wisconsin, and tone of voice and everything was like, she was right on it, Captain Fly, right?
Yeah.
And Nerdy Addict, and I knew because I followed Nerdy a long time ago, right? I knew that when Nerdy was out there, the tailgate was silver, right?
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you exactly what day that tailgate became red, right? But Jody Sue was wanting that tailgate to be that color so badly so that it would correlate with her red flash going up the driveway.
When Nerdy was out there, the tailgate was silver.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was silver. Did I say blue?
No. I was telling my wife that.
Oh, yeah.
We were told. Is from his drone footage. Was it silver in it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, she says it's silver in his drone because they told us that she got that changed in Wisconsin when she left the first time. So that's not true.
I don't know exactly when, but I know that in fact, I've got a photo. I think it's on my phone though. of the tailgate being where I, what I screenshot it when it was
That could
being
be
aired.
that would be a big deal right there.
Mm-hmm. But she wanted it to be read so bad, and you could tell it in her voice if you followed her and you knew all of her nuances. You know what I mean? If
Right.
you followed her like I had followed her, and it wasn't stalking. It was just she was interesting to me in the beginning, and she still is interesting to me in many ways. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? She just is very interesting for a lot of reasons. And if you knew me, you would understand why she's so interesting to me.
Right.
But so anyway, with distance from 110 to Mount Carmel, and let's go to the next one. And that's me showing you from the opening of Ben Hill, where Blue Roof Dawn lives, right?
Mm-hmm.
To Mount Carmel. Okay. And that's 1.18. Okay. And I wrote down 101 Ben Hill. Now, this is an aerial view of coming in. So if you look, you would be coming this direction and going out to go to Mount Carmel, guys. Can you see my mouse going this way? You see it going back and forth, y'all? Okay.
No,
So,
no, can't see it.
all right. So if you came out of Blue Roof Dawn's driveway right there, right, you would take a left and you would head out that way and it would take you to Mount Carmel. And so that's what I'm saying. As far as this is Ben Hill, right? And then this
Why
is
is it
Beach Creek.
showing your mouse for some reason?
Huh?
It's not showing your mouse.
It's not?
Mm-mm.
I'm sorry. Well, when you come out of Ben Hill, right? You're going to take if you came out of, if you walked out of the blue roof house, you would take a left and it would lead you straight out to Mount Carmel. And so, and then Ben Hill is this way. And then if you went past Blue Roof Dawn's house, on the left would be, wait a minute, now see what I was telling you earlier about left and rights, right? So if we're coming into Ben Hill on this way, because in the video with JLR, we're coming in from the backside, right? And walking down. And what did I tell you that Ben Hill 110 was on what side of the road and Jody Sue was on the other side, right? When they were coming in, Jody Sue was on the right-hand side.
Right.
110 was on the left-hand side, but that was coming in from the back side of Ben Hill, right?
Right.
So if you're coming in this direction, it would be the exact opposite, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's go on to this one. All right, here you've got, you still can't see my mouse. So to the right hand of the screen, you see 110 and you see the circle, Dawn and Candus's land. You see to the left side, across from Dawn's, Blue Roof Dawn's house. And if you go up diagonally a little bit, you'll see 125, right? In between 125 and Dawn Chambers' house would be Dobbs' property.
Right.
All right, so here on this one here, I'm trying to show you where Kingsport is, and it's really, really small. So let me see if I can enlarge it. You see Kingsport over here where the 26 is. You see Mount Carmel with the little red tag, and then you see Kingsport. So you would be going right direction to get to Mount Carmel. Okay.
Are you on the tab that where you're pointing at? Because that's why it's not showing your mouse. If you go to that tab, you have to do it from there, and then they'll be able to see what you're talking about there.
I don't have it on a tab. I just have it in the video, and it came up on StreamYard.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the next one here is Mount Carmel.
It's funny. I don't get why it's not showing it.
I don't know either. Probably how I made it.
I get what you're.
So this
you're
is
good. You're fine. You're following. You're doing great.
This one is where you were just at just a minute ago, where I was showing where Mount Carmel is. Okay.
Yeah.
So you see, guys, at the top where it says Solomon's Church. All right. You pass that, and you see where it says Morrison Cemetery. Well, Ben Hill is in that area. You go kind of like straight off from Morrison, and Ben Hill would be in that area if you were to blow that up. So if Andy was coming from
Directly across the road.
Right. If Andy was coming from Kingsport, he would pass Solomon's Church. He would pass the Morrison Cemetery Road. Right. He would pass Ben Hill, and he should have turned down Ben Hill to go home. Right.
Yeah.
But he says he's going to pass his mom's. And when he passes his mom's, he's going to let her know so that she doesn't go stand down in the heat for no reason. Right. But, she's already told him she's going down 25 minutes. So anyway, he would pass Morrison. He would pass Mount Carmel Church, where possibly who was sitting? Candus. What's just a hop, skip, and a jump from Mount Carmel is Fields Road. Okay, and that blue line takes you out to the end of what that map shows Fields Road to be. Right. Okay. So in my mind, where Jody Sue says that Andy was told by Candus that Summer was missing, because that's what she said. She said that Candus told that Andy's met up with Candus at Mount Carmel, because when she first said it, I didn't know the area. And so I thought, because she says she went to one side of the holler to the other side of the holler. So in my mind, I was imagining Ben Hill being the holler, right? And that the church was on one end of the street, and the other church was on the other end of the road. And, Candus and Jody Sue met up in the middle. And it wasn't until I started looking at the maps and everything that I realized, no, that's not how it was. Right. And so
me and Allie kind of touched on this a little while back, where we thought that Candus probably went to Mount Carmel because Jody Sue pointed her to go there. Because why else would she go that direction? What did you say?
I said because they allegedly, Jody Sue and Andy, were on the property on June 14th.
Yeah, they were on 110 on the Wells property on June 14th.
So if they told Candus and Dawn about Jackie Dobbs and what had happened with him, and they had just thought, maybe she thought, okay, maybe they said, well, we're getting ready to go down here to land on Fields Road and look for Jackie Dobbs. And so maybe that's the first thing Candus thought of. Well, there's a creepy guy that was over here that Jody Sue told me about. So I'm going to look down here at Fields Road like she said she was going to.
Yeah, or Candus knew about.
But what if Candus... Now, remember that triangle that you drew, okay? So bring me back to that in a minute, okay?
Yeah.
Because you drew that triangle, and then I asked you what was at the very point of that triangle, very close to that point of that triangle where that footprint was. And I asked you if it was Mount Carmel, and sure as shit, Mount Carmel was right there. So what if what if Candus drove down there? Let's just put out a theory, okay? I'm not saying this is factual. But what if Candus got her child out, drug her over there in the woods, you know what I mean? And is carrying her this way, that way in a panic kind of situation or whatever. But that's a possibility. I can't understand why, if we're talking about pre-15th, and something happened to Summer, right? And you read those messages differently, it almost sounds like even in the morning, there was something going on that wasn't Dobbs related. Jody Sue's asking for a gun, saying because
Yes.
his son wants to go hunting. Did you hear anything? Anything up? He's constantly asking all day. She's really quiet because she probably doesn't want to put it down in print. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
what if something happened beforehand? Okay. What's the perfect way of watching what goes on Ben Hill Road turns into Ben Hill? I'm pretty sure if she was parked on the side of the road right there, she could see straight to Ben Hill Road. Because if you pull up the map and look, it looks like she could see, straight there.
Yeah.
It being so close to Fifth Road makes me wonder, why would he pass, because there's Dollar Generals, there's gas stations. He wouldn't need to go all the way past his road to go to, pick up drink. And I know he said that he packed a bowl, you know what I mean, that according to Jody Sue, and, was hitting that. Maybe he just drove a little bit longer. I mean, he could have done that in his driveway. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
To finish hitting his bowl or whatever. But I don't see, him going that direction when he's in that live saying what he's saying in that live. It just, because he skirts the issue so badly. And we're going to play that in 1 second. Okay, so we're done with that. Now I'm going to go to Andy's live real quick. Let me see how I get out of that one. Oh, what do I do? Can't X that out.
Stop.
Oh, stop.
Just stop sharing that screen. And yeah.
Well, it's not saying it. Just says add. Wait a minute. Am I on the right one? Yeah, they're both saying add to stream. That is weird. This one here I can remove.
You can probably add 2 of them, man. You might be able to add it too. There you go.
Okay.
You probably can add 2.
All right,
I don't know how you upload, how you share it.
Going to go to Andy's live now. I think I got to hit play before I go to it.
Hey, America True Crime.
I'm great. How are you?
Let me know when I hit it here that it went through, that you guys can hear it, guys. And again, this is fair use, y'all. All right, let me know if you can hear it.
That's right, where Summer 1-800. She said Jody Sue made a video of it on July.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you all hear that? Can you hear it play?
Up this opportunity to...
All right, hang on a minute. Let me look.
We can see it too.
Hang on 1 second. Is there anyone being like, really off the chain in there in chat, y'all? Let me know. Put it in capital letters and catch my attention. Okay, here we go. Now this lady's going to call in, and I played this before a few days ago. Okay. That was before I looked at these maps and was like, wait a minute. And that was before I looked at those messages again, because those messages keep bothering me. It doesn't matter how many times I read them. I look back at them and I'm like, no, this is freaking coded. So let's listen here.
Speak with you. That's fine. I just have some pointed questions I wanted to ask.
And Cam, remember, he didn't care for communicating with you, okay? And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with Andy. I'm not saying
he hated me.
Yeah, he was angry. I'm not saying that, there was anything, going on with him. I'm not accusing anyone of anything. I'm just doing hypothetical things like Jody Sue has done many, many times. Okay. She has made many hypothetical theories concerning Andy and everyone underneath the sun from Jose on down. Okay. So, you know, it's good for the goose is good for the gander. But he did not like this lady. I don't know if it was her tone of voice because, you know, you can sometimes pick up when people sound like cops. You know what I mean? People thought I was cops for the longest time. You know, I'm not a cop, guys. Won't tell you what I am, but I'm not a cop. And so, this lady, I think I know who it is. I think
Can I ask?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to ask. So, where are you thinking? Where are you saying that Polly Bernard lived? His mom. Because she lives up on Lone Star, which he would pass there.
Yeah,
she owns that property.
But if he was passing there, wouldn't he go?
But she don't stay there.
Right. Where's she staying? Well, no, don't put that out there. I don't want to.
She's staying up here on Lone Star. I'll show it. I won't put it out directly, but it's on Lone Star that passes Solomon Temple.
Because I've pulled them all up on, you know, Tennessee Viewer thingy. You know what I mean? What I'm saying is, how would she isn't Lone Star on the other side though of Ben Hill, not coming from Kingsport?
That would be, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So either way you look at it.
So no, Lone Star.
I'm sorry.
So Lone Star is the route that comes in past the dollar store. You turn on to Lone Star to get down to Beach Creek.
Can you pull your map up real quick and show me?
If he came, yeah.
Okay, let me get back in here.
Just click on there, just add it to stream, and I'll show you where it's.
I don't know which one. Hang on a minute. Right over here. It's not. I just got one that says remove.
Yeah.
Oh, I got to stop sharing my thing. Hang on.
The one.
Okay, I got you. I think.
Yeah.
There you go. All right. Show me what you're talking about.
Okay, so let me go back down here. So here's 110. So if we pull it out there, and so you're gonna Mount Carmel would be if you made a left out. You go
right.
We're coming down Beach Creek. We made a right out. Here's Solomon's Temple.
Yeah.
You would make when you get to the end of Beach Creek, Solomon's Temple. You're looking right across the road there. You turn up Lone Star here. Lone Star is what we're following right here.
Go slow. I've lost you, man. A minute.
Okay.
Where are you? Okay. So that's Lone Star. Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Why would he be going that direction though to go to Ben Hill? Is that Ben Hill? No.
Okay. Though. Okay.
But why would he be going
around here?
that
I'll do this.
direction?
It'll be easier. So here I'm going to go all the way up here to where this, and I'll follow the route all the way down. Just let it load real quick. Come on.
Can you take me from Hayworth Tire and show me?
Okay. So this
I can get
this is the Dollar General that leads from Kingsport. You'll come in from Kingsport. This way. And so Kingsport is this is how far this is. So this is McClellan. Here's that Dollar General. All them gas stations he passes right here. You turn onto Lone Star right here. This is the route that he would have taken home if he came from the tire place. You come down through here. Following Lone Star, just follow my mouse there. His mom lives somewhere up here where it's very close to Reservoir, where you would turn to it.
Okay, so now go from where his mother would be to Ben Hill.
Okay.
Let's see how far out of the way that would be, because if not, then he would have to turn around because he says pass. He says, when I pass Mom's. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's why I was thinking the other area.
So he would be passing her. Do you have that address, Polly?
Oh, you don't have to give the address. You don't
I'm
have
not
to
going
do
to
that.
give it out. I'm just looking to where
Yeah.
it would be.
Okay. I was just getting an idea of how to, how far.
She's somewhere in this area right here. Okay. So we're going to say somewhere here.
Okay.
We're going to follow Lone Star. And I got it. Let me see if I can get it to where, we're following it from the left-hand side of the road, going towards Ben Hill, and we're going towards Solomon's Temple. There's Solomon's Temple right here. So here's where Lone Star comes all the way down. Then you turn on Solomon's Temple here. You go directly across the road here when you come around, and there's Beach Creek. Now we're on Beach Creek.
Ah, okay. That makes sense.
Following Beach Creek Road. And there's Dyke Cemetery. Passing. Now this is the road right here that JLR was on with Brandon. Light Hollow.
Yeah.
That's the one that goes all the way back there to the end. That right here is that little pond that he comes out on and walks behind Jody Sue's. And comes out. Here's Ben Hill.
And then if you go further on down is Mount Carmel and Fields.
Yeah. So Mount Carmel, there you go. Mount Carmel's right there. And Summer's house right here. Let me draw the line to it. There you go.
Would he? Do you think his mother? He would refer to his mother's place, property on Fields as Mom's. When I pass by Mom's, or
possibly, they used to see. The thing about that place is, I'm wondering if he still had access, or if they had access to it, because they used to live there.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking too. So, but that's what I'm saying. I don't know which place. Because I didn't know about the Lone Star section. I was thinking, him passing Mount Carmel, going to, the Fields area. And like I said, all the searches and everything being in that area kind of led me to think, they read things the same way I was reading things. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I got you. I'm following you. I just thought that would maybe help to maybe where he's talking about. I don't know. Like you're on something. Regardless,
it might possibly be what he's talking about. It might absolutely be it.
Regardless, no, where did he meet Candus at?
He met her at Mount Carmel. That's what Jody Sue said.
That's what I'm saying. So that's what's he doing down there?
Either way, that's why I wanted you to show me coming from the tire place down Lone Star, so that I could see if it went all the way around and then came back and passed by Mount Carmel, then comes up. So I didn't know if maybe like a horseshoe shape. You know what I mean?
Right.
That it would go around the mountain and come back around. Kind of like getting around your butt to get to your thumb, kind of thing.
Right.
It doesn't explain it. It doesn't explain why he would meet Candus at Mount Carmel unless he was going to Fields Road, because he would have passed Ben Hill.
I was trying to look here and see if there was any other horseshoes. There's not. No, but that, I mean, well, unless
because that's what I looked for. I looked for like trails because Jody Sue insinuated that there were trails and you had to know and da 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 da. So then when everybody started looking for trails, then she started dissing everybody, saying, there ain't you know what I mean, the opposite direction.
Right.
With her, but it doesn't make any sense why even if he went to his mom's place, past his mom's place on Lone Lone Star, sorry, why he would go past Ben Hill, past Mount Carmel, in order to be able to
Right.
see Candus, unless Candus called him or sent him texts to tell him that Summer was missing, or to come meet her at a certain place. You know what I mean? Or it was already
Exactly.
designed that he would meet her there.
Do you see this right here?
Yeah.
You know who that is? That's Billy Arnold.
I can't make
That's
it
the
out.
one.
Yeah.
That's
I
Billy
know who you're
Arnold, the
talking
one Brandon mentioned.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And look, check this out. I didn't know I had these flagged, but so you got Billy Arnold there, and you have Chad Arnold here.
Mm-hmm. And what's
So
that? I
that's the
can't
Arnold
see. I
brother.
can't read it.
Chad
What's
Arnold.
the
That's all
red
it
tab?
says.
Okay.
Where at? I just thought that's interesting. I didn't know they all three lived in Beach Creek too.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have Michael Arnold being the owner of the property here. Right, that's Mary Sexton's there, and then that's
Mm-hmm.
Michael Arnold. So I just wanted to throw that in. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I just found that.
Oh
I
no.
was sitting there looking.
They're
I didn't
all
even know
tied
I
in.
had those maps. Yeah, they're everywhere.
But that's what I'm saying. I can't get past the fact that he passed Ben Hill. If you could have told me that Lone Star circled around and came all the way down, I would have wondered why he went that long route. You know what I mean? But if you
Right.
could have showed me just then that Lone Star went all the way around and then would pass Fields, Road, past Mount Carmel, up to Ben Hill, I would have went with it. I would have said,
Right.
okay. But he says past Mom, Jody Sue said, I mean, it's Jody Sue's fault that she said what she said. You know what I mean? It's not mine. She's the one who said it. She said that he met her at the church, and that's how he found out that Summer was missing. And so that's why that lady was asking the questions that she was asking was like, where did you now listen to what she says? Let's listen, guys. Can I stop you for a second?
Yeah, you're fine. You're perfect. I'm done.
Okay. Let me figure out which one to remove here. All right. We always have to start it first, right?
No, you shouldn't have to start it. You just got to click your tab up there.
Okay.
Yeah, share screen. Yeah, you always have to share screen again and do it that way.
All right. Let me know you hear it.
Okay,
Yep.
let's go. Hold
Okay.
on 1 second before you start.
No problem.
I've been trying. Somebody's been calling in, and every time I pick up, you can evidently not hear
Fair
me
use, you guys.
or something along that line.
That's not me.
No, it's some other number. I can't remember if there's some money coming in. But okay, carry on.
Okay, so my first question is, when you came in from work that day, the story's been told that Dawn was at the shed. If Dawn was at the shed, and the way the story is.
Now, did you see him roll his eyes as soon as she said Dawn was at the shed? Why would he roll his eyes? Why would it be so
Let's see that again.
irritating that he would roll his eyes because of that question? Okay.
Huh.
And a lot of his expressions are like Jody Sue's. You live together for 26 years. You're going to, emulate each other. So I can't push him for that.
Every time I pick up, you can evidently not hear me or something along that line.
That's not me.
No, it's some other number. I can't remember if there's some money coming in. But okay, carry on.
Okay, so my first question is, when you came in from work that day, the story's been told that Dawn was at the shed. If Dawn was at the shed, and the way the story has been told, you came in first, then Dawn was basically immediately right after you. But if Dawn was at the shed, that would have meant that you would have passed him at that shed.
Now listen to what his reply is, okay? It's vague. He doesn't really answer her.
My question for you is, did you see Dawn at the shed when you came in?
Okay. If I was coming from Kingsport, I would not pass that shed before I turned in the holler.
Okay. Then my question from there is,
If I was coming from Kingsport, well, if you were coming from Kingsport, you wouldn't pass Ben Hill.
Nope.
Number one, right?
That's right.
And that's just a fact. So tell me, Andy B, what way did you come in to Ben Hill that day? That's what this lady's asking. She's wanting to know. And he can't, he's avoiding. There's ways that people answer questions when they're answering, but they're not answering. And if everybody's tiptoeing on eggshells, they don't get answered.
Exactly.
You see what I mean? Just because he answered didn't mean anything, because he didn't tell you anything in that sentence.
That's right. Exactly.
Whatsoever. He just said, if I was, well, if I jump up and down right now, are you going to hear it? You know what I mean? We don't know. It depends on how hard I jump. That's the kind of flippant reply. If you're going to come online and you're telling everybody, ask any question. Now, he doesn't have to answer anything, right. And by answering, he incriminates himself. But he was putting himself out there, and so they're asking the questions. And, he says in a few minutes, somebody comes on and says, you need mods. Well, he had a mod, and it was me. And I had asked him multiple times, what was his rules? What did he want me to do? You know what I mean? Did he want me to, and I explained it, because I figured, he might not know, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I know the first time I was given a wrench, I didn't know what I was doing. And lip lock helped me. And so that's what I'm saying. So I was like, there's a lot of people out there that doesn't like Jody Sue, and they might just, take over your channel, and they can, make people disappear. They could do all kinds of things. You know what I mean? And you got to put a lot of trust into, and I gave him a couple names, telling him who I thought were, trustworthy people. And, what did he want? And I explained that I had only removed comments concerning his daughter, because, he was saying he was going to court for his daughter. And I thought that would be the last thing he would want out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that is all that I deleted. Well, I think there was 2 other things that I deleted. But other than that, that was all I deleted. And a lot of times in the chat, they're like, oh my God, you need mods, you need to do something. And I'm sitting, hey, this is what he asked for. And when he was answering questions in his live, the same way the questions were coming in the chat. So why would he need mods in the chat if he was willing to answer whatever? You see what I'm saying? And that's exactly what he said. But continue to listen here now.
When you came in and pulled in, how long after you came in did Dawn come in?
I don't really remember. I know I'm pretty sure I was there and then seen Donnie. You know what I mean? He might have been there before me. I don't know. I don't think so. But when
Joe, what are you saying, honey? That Jody Sue has trolls streaming me? Is that what you're saying, love? All right, let's continue, guys.
I got there, I'm pretty sure I seen it was like the Don at the end of the road, Donnie, and then like maybe Candus or Jody Sue, or I really don't remember how that went on. Because
now I'm going to stop it. He says when he came in, he might have saw Candus and Jody Sue. Now let's rewind it and listen again, okay? I'm not going to pay attention to chat because I'm not going to get distracted, so that we're not listening to what's being said, y'all.
Is when you came in and pulled in, how long after you came in did Dawn come in?
I don't really remember. I know I'm pretty sure I was there and then seen Donnie. You know what I mean? He might have been there before me. I don't know. I don't think so. But when I got there, I'm pretty sure I seen it was like the Don at the end of the road, Donnie, and then like maybe Candus or Jody Sue, or I really don't remember how that went on because
he can't remember. He
Can
can't
I add-
remember if
can I
Don.
add some-
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Cam.
All I was gonna say was too, and somebody else caught it too. You don't call your neighbor Donnie unless you like that. Donnie is a name that Candus calls him.
Right.
Like that's a close
And Jody
name.
Sue didn't call him Donnie for the longest time. It was Don, and then it became Donnie.
Yeah.
So she was calling him Donnie all along, but was trying to make it sound like she wasn't connected to him.
Right, and he comes straight out the gate with Donnie. That sounds like the way you talk to somebody that you know, and you refer. If I know a man's named Don, I don't go and say, "Hey, old Donnie, how you doing, brother?" I don't do that.
Mm-mm. Not unless every single person called them by that name.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Did we ever know him to be when he didn't say, "Hey, call me Donnie"?
No.
He said, I called him Don.
Yep.
So that just seemed weird to me.
He's sitting there saying that he doesn't know if Don came in, when Don came in. And then the kicker is he says, maybe I saw Candus, maybe I saw some Jody Sue. Well, when? Yeah, you might have seen him, but could it have been an hour after you were there when you first came in? Because that's the question the lady is asking. When you came in, who did you see? And he's saying, I maybe saw. No, you saw Candus down at Mount Carmel, according to Jody Sue. And I hate to say it, but I believe Jody Sue. And the reason why I believe Jody Sue is because of what he's done in this live. Right? And how he avoids saying he met Candus and how he got told Summer was missing. There's a reason he's avoiding how he got told Summer was missing. What's the reason? Whether he was here, there, or anywhere, why is he avoiding it?
Right.
And he doesn't avoid it once. He avoids it several times. Now watch.
there was like quite a few people strapped, in the holler at that point in time.
Okay, so if you don't mind, can you break down that timeline for me? So to run through it very clearly, to go from when you came in, like who told you Summer was missing? If it wasn't Jody, if it wasn't, who exactly was the person that said Summer's missing?
I can't remember.
See, she just asked the question again, and I loved it. I loved it because this woman is on target, and she does sound like a cop, but I don't think she's a cop, and I think I know who she is, and she is a creator. I believe. And so I believe I recognize her voice. And right off the bat, I knew that I thought I knew who I was listening to. Very sharp, but her wording would make someone suspicious that she's a cop right off the bat. You know what I mean?
At Annie, I agree with you too. I didn't say he's a saint. I've been the one questioning him, making people very mad that I have been questioning.
Well, I get it. In the beginning with Jody Sue, everybody was intimidated to say anything about Jody Sue. And like I said, when I first started speaking out about Jody Sue, I took a lot of heat. I really did. I was speaking in chat, you could tell, that you could tell. It was very obvious, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I felt like a heel, for even saying anything about this woman, who had all these things going against her in life and blah, blah, blah. But I would be like, hey, I've had cancer. I'm still worried about cancer. And I've been, through domestic, who makes her better than me or anyone else?
She built those walls of protection from the get-go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the same thing is happening here. It was all her coming out before Summer went missing, beating him up. And then, everybody started looking at Jody Sue in a different light. And then it was, like I said to him, there's a lot of people that don't like Jody Sue. And, and they might, trample you in their effort to pay her back for whatever they feel she's done to them, or however they just personally feel towards her, or whatever they think that she might have done, to somebody else. Right. So that was one of my warnings. And I gave him the same benefit of the doubt that I gave Jody Sue. There was only two differences. I gave Jody Sue the benefit of the doubt for far longer. You know what I'm saying? Than I was able to give to Andy. And we've only had a few times of Andy coming out and talking, but the things that Andy has said and not said changed me, because Jody Sue was very careful. And she did say that, he would get out there and, you know what I mean? Mess himself up, so to speak. But if you're coming out and you're willing to talk, but you can't answer any questions, then you're just out there for money.
Yeah.
So which is it? And so when I start looking at the things that's being said, and almost every question asked of you, I mean, he didn't even trash Jody Sue. And that's what everybody was holding their breath, with bated breath, waiting for. Everyone was sitting there going, oh yeah, he's going to trash her, oh my God, we're going to hear his side. No, he didn't. He didn't even trash her. She would go on her channel and then blow up, you know what I mean, and get cash apps and everything. But, what I mean, from her people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Well, I don't have a clue what he was making in the background, and I don't care. Personally, it's not my business. But that's what I'm saying. I mean, one could even go into the theory that everyone was working together to make money, but I don't believe that a bit.
Well, I'll add something. You know what really bothers me is the one thing that made me actually speak out on Jody Sue was, I don't know if you remember why, was because of how angry she got when I brought up, and it wasn't even me that brought out the story about her son up there. That, Squall went public with it. All I did was back up and verify, yeah, I'd heard that early on in 2021. She got angry and made up all these lies to out of nowhere. I was like, something's wrong with that. Well, he did the same thing that made me start questioning him. He showed anger over questions.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
There's something about that.
There is something about it. And I understand why some other people, and I'm not saying anything negative about other people, everybody like the people that they like. Yeah. And I'm not saying I don't like Andy. I don't know Andy. How can I sit there? I mean, even if I spoke to Andy 6 times or 7 times or for several hours, you still only know what somebody is showing you. You know what I mean? You don't have a clue who that person really and truly is. You just know what that person is telling you. You can say anything. It doesn't mean it's an absolute factual fact that this person is who he is.
I'll give you an example with the whales. I got who they were the day I met them, and as time went on, I saw different things.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But I still don't know them.
No, I looked at the Wells as guilty people right off the bat. But why did I do that? It was because of Jody Sue.
Yeah.
I first thought it was Candus. Then
Yeah.
Jody Sue swayed me to think it was Dawn for the longest time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because that's what she piped out.
She had
And
me thinking it was Jackie from the beginning.
mm-hmm. And so then she started throwing Andy under the bridge and making it sound like Andy, you know, and sitting there saying that Andy and Fred Hill were going to kill each other all the time. And I'm like, well, why would Andy and Fred be wanting to kill each other if they have nothing to do with Summer? And neither one of them are talking, and neither of them were talking at the time. But she kept throwing that out there. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Does Fred know something? Vice versa? What the heck? Why does she keep throwing these two people out there? Right? While she's telling us that Andy was at work all day. And then all of a sudden, when he got his channel, she loses her shit and she sits in the car and she starts going, you know, or in her camper, and she starts going, well, let me tell you about how he was sedating the kids. And there are earlier videos where she does say it. She just doesn't say it that way.
CSI, did you see what she just put in the chat? Hey, email me about that too, because if I remember correctly, on his very first one on your channel, I came at him respectfully and sent him a Cash App. That's funny that, so he said that. That's the reason he got mad at me. But so that just goes to show you he was triggered by me from the get-go. And the things I was asking. He knows I've been out there to that property. He knows I've seen everything.
Yeah.
That's weird. Sorry, this is.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's crackincases@gmail.com. You've emailed us before, I think. Anyway.
Well, I'm just going to say this. You have every right, Cam, to state your opinion without having to feel that you have to defend your opinion. Everyone else has their opinion according to Andy, and they don't have a problem stepping in and stating their opinion. You see what I'm saying? So it's a two-way
It's not
street.
much of his opinion as it is asking questions.
That's right.
You know?
He's not off limits just because other creators happen to like him.
Right.
And that's just the way it is.
It is.
You know, he was a neighbor, and nobody knows exactly what happened to Summer or when it happened. So, you know, I mean, there is no facts really in this case, if you really get down to it, other than mostly what Jody Sue has said. You know, and we can sit here all day and point out all of the mistruths, misinformation that Jody Sue has said, but it doesn't clear anyone else.
He actually backs Jody Sue up on a lot of it.
He sure did. That's what I'm saying. Everybody couldn't wait. They kept saying it over and over. Can't wait for you to tell us. And he didn't. And I understood at the time because he had the, you know, restraining order. But that short window that he didn't, and he had the ability, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He still didn't. And I could say more. I could say more about his kid and that, and a recent phone call that was put out that, you know, a lot of us heard that I'm not going to go in and discuss. But if you're easy to back off from something, then you're really not fighting that hard. And that's all I'm going to say on that subject, because like I said, I'm not going to get into that aspect of it. It's not my business. And it had, you know, I think that was big distraction, and people lost their way, in my opinion, and became defenders of instead of defenders of Summer.
Right.
And I think that's what's happened. You know, you have to, you know, if you cannot investigate people and become biased.
It's true.
You have to be able to look at the whole picture or stop doing the case.
Thank you. And I want to say something about that, because people thought when we were going up there and searching for Summer, when we were around the wells, I still have called them out on their stuff that's wrong. I've tried to stay very unbiased and look at everything through this. Now, there's been a lot. Every time somebody has gotten close to another person, it's been like, well, they do no wrong now. That's not true. That's not how it works. You still question everything, and you take everything into account. That doesn't mean that I'm mad or I'm coming at somebody personally. It means, hey, we're trying to look into the disappearance of this child, and if people don't ask him, I mean, it's not about friends. It's not about this. Now,
no. And I don't want to get into disagreements with other creators because I have a different opinion than they do. We are all adults and we should be able to state our opinion. And I'm just going to be frank. Every time Andy's mentioned, certain creators jump into the chat and stop it right away.
Other people.
You know what I mean? I mean, it's very obvious, and it's been obvious, and it's wrong. And I'm going to play something. Let me finish this so that we can get to that point that I wanted to get to.
I'm going to bow out now. I'm going to hop down because I got to eat.
Okay, Cam.
But thank you for letting me come up. I hope that helped a little bit, and I appreciate you. You're doing a great job.
You did help, and I appreciate you coming up. And like I said, stay strong and don't worry. People are going to like you or not like you. Just don't apologize for having your opinions. That's the biggest thing you've got to stop worrying about.
That's true.
Just stop it.
You're right.
You know what I mean? You are no different than anyone else out there. And if they can't respect you, then, in your opinions, then you shouldn't have to worry about respecting others.
That's true. That's right. Very true. Thank you again. Yeah. You're welcome on our channel anytime.
All right. Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Allie. Y'all have a great night.
You too. Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, guys. So I'm going to finish playing this, and then I'm going to play Jody Sue real quick.
For that, I don't know. I have no clue.
Was it law enforcement? Was it?
No, the cops was there shortly after me too. I mean, they wasn't law there before me.
Because the way, and the reason I ask is because the way Jody describes it, and I haven't heard you describe it, is that she says, "Hey, Summer's missing," and you say, "I know." So it's kind of confusing on how you knew, because
you see his face, see how he responds to that. She said the same thing, similar, but several times, right? And he's listening intently here, right, to what she has to say.
You say you didn't hear from Jody that day, and
now back up, back up, repeat what you just said.
When someone asks you to repeat what you said, it's very possible he didn't hear her, but 9 times out of 10, they're giving themselves a second to figure out how they want to respond.
The way Jody describes it is that you pull in, she said you, Summer's missing, and you say, "I know," but it's never clarified on how you knew Summer was missing.
And right there, she has said it twice, according to Jody Sue. So is he going to tell us again that he don't know? You know what I mean? Here's his opportunity to correct what Jody Sue said, and so on.
That day. And she says she didn't.
And there's all the facial expressions again. Now, if we were watching Jody Sue right now, everybody be going, "Oh, look at that, look at that, look at that." Okay. It's the same thing here. He doesn't want to answer the question. He's already thinking there's something wrong with the question. And all the woman's asking is, how did you get told Summer was missing?
Speak to you. You said you didn't speak to her. So how did you know Summer was missing? If you didn't hear it from Jody, she didn't say it to you, you didn't hear it from her, how did you know before you ever got there?
Now pay real close attention how all of a sudden he changes it.
Well, I didn't know before I got there. But I might have known before I got to Jody Sue. You know, if she was in the holler and I seen somebody at the end of the holler, somebody might have told me before I actually got to her telling me.
Somebody. There's the vagueness again. If I drove in from Kingsport, somebody might have told me. Yeah, if you know, that might fly when you're 6, 7 years old, maybe even 12. But there comes the point where I don't fly anymore when you're talking to people, you know, especially when you're talking about a missing child, and especially when you come online to answer questions. And you can't get upset for the questions being asked. That's like Jody Sue getting pissed off that I'm over here talking about her, but she's online every day. Okay? It makes absolute no sense. One, why would you even go online at all if you were considered suspects in a missing child's case? I don't care how much money you might have think that you're going to earn. Is it worth enough to incriminate yourself and end up in prison for the rest of your life or worse? It just doesn't make any sense. I see Jody Sue out there putting that cart before the horse because she has said multiple times that she always behaves that way, that she always tries to beat it to the punch, get ahead of it, pick the choice of words that she uses, but that's what she says. And so she has explained herself to some extent as to why she behaves the way she behaves.
Like a neighbor or...
Yeah, somebody else in the road on the way in. You know, I met somebody at the end of the road that stopped me that evening. I don't remember who it was, but they told me that Summer was missing. But I don't remember where I read.
CSI, I'm not mad at you, honey. I just took the wrench right now because, if there was going to be some conflict, that's all. You're always welcome back to my wrench, honey. I was just trying to keep trouble down. And like I said, I'm new to all of this. And as far as all of it. But anyway, I'm not mad at you for your opinion. I'm not mad at anyone else for their opinion. But I'm not going to be shut down for my opinion. And I'm not saying you're shutting me down, CSI. That's not what I'm saying. I just wanted to let you know that, honey.
Ran into Jody Sue finally at.
Okay. So, and about what time did you get them?
6:20 something, 6:30 something.
Okay. So
now I'm back this up again, guys.
It's never clarified on how you knew Summer was missing that day. And she says she didn't speak to you. You said you didn't speak to her. So how did you know Summer was missing? If you didn't hear it from Jody, she didn't say it to you. You didn't hear it from her. How did you know? Before you ever got there.
Well, I didn't know before I got there. But I might have.
Now, see, if this was Jody Sue airing this, what would she be doing? She would be rewinding it 25 times or more, over and over and over, just that few sentences. Okay? So, I just want to point out how things are being done.
I know before I got to Jody Sue. If she was in the holler and I seen somebody at the end of the holler, somebody might have told me before I actually got to her telling me.
Like a neighbor or...
Yeah, somebody else in the road on the way in. I met somebody at the end of the road that stopped me that evening. I don't remember who it was.
He knew enough to tell you that he met somebody before he came in, but he don't remember who it is, and I call utter bullcrap. He absolutely does know who it is. He knows where it was. if for some reason he doesn't want to state that. Now, if it was because it was LE requesting him not to say that, that would be one thing, but you needed to get your butt offline then. If LE is asking you at any time to keep your mouth shut about anything, you have no business talking about any portion of the case. And that's just my personal opinion on that as well. Now, if it's not LE, then he's evading either to cover himself, cover the person he spoke with, or both. So why? Why would it be so difficult to say, I saw Candus and this is where I saw her at when I came in? I'm not sure what time it was, but this is what happened. The fact that he just went several minutes doing his best to avoid that question is when I stopped looking at Andy Bernard the way I originally did. And it didn't take me as long with Andy as it did with Jody Sue. Maybe it was because I'm female and I related to the cancer and the, DV and all of that, whereas, he seems like a pretty nice guy and I might like him in real life if we were, we could even probably be buddies, but this isn't me trying to make friends. I didn't come into this case for that reason. If that's a byproduct of it, that's great. That's not why I came here.
Was that they told me that Summer was missing, but I don't remember where I ran into Jody Sue finally at.
Okay, so
the cops wouldn't have been there yet. Sweet Sativa, I can't speak. They wouldn't have been there yet unless he came in much later than he stated that he came in. Now, you remember those messages. She's saying that she's going to go down 25. Now it was at 6:02. So that would put her coming down the hill at 6:27, right? Or why would she write that? So obviously he was late coming in, So she says later on that, they came in around 7, but you're going to hear other versions where they came in earlier, 5:30 even. So seems like nobody knows what time they came in to Ben Hill at all that day. And so that's a concern for me as well. When you write down all of the things that all of these people have said. Right. First, Jody Sue said that it was Dawn that came in. That was her first version. Dawn came in with Andy right on his butt. Right? Literally, right on his butt. Then it changed to Andy came in with Dawn on his butt. Right? Andy doesn't know anything. He's just wandered into this stuff and, I'm going to laugh and say this. It's like aliens abducted him and wiped his memory, or the men in black came in and, waved a wand and, he's gone. The whole event is gone from his mind. Jody Sue's over there trying to tell you that she can't recall what she heard when, it's just so much vagueness.
And about what time did you get them?
6:20 something, 6:30 something.
6:20 something, 6:30 something. Now, he's also been talking to creators who's been trying to help him. Okay. I'm not saying that they were telling him what to say. I'm not saying that. But he's been on their panels. He's heard them talking. He's followed their shows. He's heard all the, this happened in succession. You can't tell me that Andy hasn't been watching YouTube like Jody Sue accused Jose of doing all this time, that he just stayed away from YouTube. No, Brandon did, Fred Hill did, Andy did. Okay. So if he says, oh, I think I came in at 5:30 and then all of a sudden he changes to 6:30, it's because he was corrected. Oh no, wait a minute, because it couldn't have been that time, Andy. You see where I'm going with that?
Okay. So and then how far after the time frame that you got there did?
I'm not saying that Andy's lying. It could be something as simple as he's afraid. He's afraid of incriminating himself. He does say that. He does say that he doesn't want to go to jail for something he didn't do. But if that's the case and he doesn't want to answer, then he didn't need to be online, because that was going to just put him out there and expose him in that regard, And so I don't know how. Personally, I have no idea how he managed to go as long, protective order or not. If I had somebody doing to me what Jody Sue was doing to him with protective order, right, for all that time, you better bet there'd be some mess going on, because there's no way that I would tolerate that. None. So I have to give it to this man, that he didn't, and people were saying things, especially when she came out saying that, he was supplying drugs to sedate children. Did that flip my switch? No, because it came out of Jody Sue's mouth. And I've caught Jody Sue so many times in misconceptions and inconsistencies and misinformation that I take everything she says with a grain of salt and look for the lie before I look for the truth. And when I can find a truthful statement, then I make sure to say it. And I've said it several times here tonight, that there's some things that she has said that now ring true to me because of some of the stuff he's done and said. So that's what I'm saying. I can definitely see him trying to avoid. I can even see him getting jealous, like she said, about money, that she was pulling in, and figured, what the hell, I'm going to get out there and get me some too. And like I said, it's not my business. It's not my business who gives him money, who gives Jody Sue money. I think they're stupid, for giving money to them too. But that's people's business. It's not mine. Neither one of them are, quote, creators. Neither one of them have gone out there and worked hard to find Summer. Jody Sue has used her platform to trash people, plain and simple. And I can't figure out what Andy's done. And it looks like Andy has backed off, and I'm hoping for his sake he has. But it's not going to stop people from looking at what he has said and done. Because that's why he came out, was for us to be able to listen to what he said and try to put the pieces and parts together, so to speak.
Did you see Candus leave?
I don't honestly remember.
And then how far after the time frame that you got there did
Andy talked to Candus first? Sleuth even said that later. She lied when she first told it. So are you trying to tell me now, Gavel, that Loaf lied because you first say in the first, I don't understand what you're trying to say, honey. Your first sentence says Andy talked to Candus first in capital letters. So you definitely wanted my attention and everyone else's. Then your second sentence says Loaf even said that later. Yes, I know. I've been saying that. Andy talked to Candus first. She lied when she first told it. What do you mean she lied? Because when she first told it, she said that Andy talked to Candus at Mount Carmel's church. Then later, she said that Andy told her that she told Andy Summer's missing, and he said he knew. So is that what you're saying, Gavel? That, I don't get what you're saying, that Loaf lied. Let me know, honey, because I don't understand it.
Did you see Candus leave?
I don't honestly remember.
He doesn't remember if Candus left. Are y'all keeping track of how many he can't remember so far? Just in this one lady's questions, not the entire live. It's only a few minutes. I started at 101. It's 106. So in 5 minutes, what has he answered? Now, I don't know what else to say. So let's listen.
Okay, because again, the story is that Candus left. And
now she's telling him how to answer. He answers, then she tells him, and this is where people go wrong. I'm telling y'all, when you interview someone. If you're interviewing someone and you go, hey, did you happen to be on Ben Hill Road that day? I hate to ask you that question because, you could have been driving down that road that day, just going to the store and everything. But I just want to know, and you don't have to answer that. You know what I mean? So in that sentence, if you trying to not make this person mad, lose the interview or whatever, you're giving the person the answer of how to answer and avoid the question. Okay. She just did that. She's asking him a question. He says he doesn't remember. She starts to clean it up for him. Now watch how he responds the second sentence.
Again, this is all from Jody. So,
Well, I'm pretty sure I remember Candus being in her mom's truck at some point in time, kind of.
First, it was, I can't remember if she left. Now it's, I'm pretty sure I remember at some point in time. Yeah, Andy, Mount Carmel Church, maybe.
Driving in and out the holler.
Now he's saying in and out the holler. Jody Sue's over there denying that Candus drove in and out the holler. So, I don't know what to say.
Looking for Summer, hollering, or drove down the road or something.
Okay. And then from that point on, about how long did it take for law enforcement to show up?
Gavel, did you answer me, honey? I can't see it. I don't see it, Gavel.
Ballpark.
I can't.
It doesn't have to be exact, but ballpark.
It wasn't too long after I got home that the law showed up, or at least one carload of law showed up.
Would you say 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour?
It wasn't.
She just gave him answers. Let's continue.
No hour. It was probably under 30 minutes that they showed up. Probably 10, 15 minutes.
10, 15 minutes? Okay. Now, other question for you is, after you got home that day, and did you get out of your car, start looking?
Yeah.
Okay, and then where did you look?
Now watch what he says.
That's been 14 months ago. I don't know.
I can't
I know
remember.
I went looking around my property close to the bottom of the hill. I mean, I don't really remember.
Okay, I mean, I'm
He
not
was quick to
asking for
say
like
he went searching though, but then when she asked him where, it was
exact like pinpoint areas. I'm just generalizations.
Yeah.
So, like, did you look on Don and Candus's property? Did you look in the, just on your property, or, help other neighbors look on their properties?
I remember eventually going up around the bank over there at Don and Candus's, but
eventually.
I don't know at what point in time that was.
He doesn't know what time.
Did you see Don and Candus looking?
Yeah, I mean, Candus was looking. Yeah, we was all pretty much everybody looking.
Okay.
I remember something like right after the law got there, they was up there talking.
Notice he said Candus was looking. He doesn't mention Dawn. Candus was looking. Everybody was pretty much looking. Is he saying that about Candus because he saw Candus before he went to Ben Hill? And so he's assuming, let's just say he's innocent of everything. He sees her and she's like crying. And, Jody Sue told you what her reaction was seeing Candus, that day on the hill. Let's say both Jody Sue and Andy are innocent. They're just going by the reaction. Dawn said, she, the way she was when she talked to him, and he believed Candus as well. Right? So it's very possible that he saw her and he feels like, he's protecting her because he doesn't think she did anything wrong. But then later on, he pretty much puts all the blame on that hill.
Talking to the wall and not looking, but.
Okay. Now, moving on from that day.
What's the numbers in the chat for,
obviously
guys?
You and Jody have a pretty.
Let's put a 1 in the chat if you believe him too. If you don't. Okay. All right. Thank you, guys. I just needed to know what we were doing over there.
Long past with each other. You guys were together for a long time. And you know a lot more about Jody than everybody else would. Okay? And so I'm curious about her as an individual, as a person. She spent the last year on Facebook, on YouTube, saying big things about you as a person, talking about Summer and talking about herself. And she's made major claims about.
Now, he muted her. Okay.
Yourself in a situation, but what is your major takeaway from what she said?
He either muted her or it was their connection, and he did have problems that night. So I'm not sure which one he did, but it happens a couple times. But let's continue.
In this time frame, that is a major red flag from you.
And see, Jody Sue does the same. When she's playing back someone's stream, she will sit and listen to it first and then decide if she's going to air it. And then she doesn't air certain parts, and then she does. Anything that's going to make Jody Sue appear a certain way, she skips it, or even when she has said certain things that she doesn't want put out there to her chat.
That we should be paying attention to.
But they're never listening anyway.
That all this was necessarily just to put me out there as a piece of shit for everybody to see, and not to have nothing to do with me, and to treat me like I'm just your typical average abuser that likes to beat on women, and to ruin my life and make it to where I cannot sustain myself.
I agree with him there. I do agree with Andy there. I believe, because like I said, let's look at the beginning. Before Summer went missing, what was Jody Sue doing? She was on Facebook. What was she doing on Facebook? She was doing hour-long lives where she was trashing the crap out of him and his family and all the flying monkeys. What does she do now? She trashes him, his family, YouTube, and all the flying monkeys. It's the same story. She's just changed characters. That's all she's done. It's the same story. If you listen to Jody Sue tell her life story, this has been going on. And what really gets me when Jody Sue talks about her life is she's like pre-Andy. Well, that would be pre-11 years of age. You know, how many people have had a life before 11 years of age? I mean, you know what I mean? Life experiences, so to speak. It's just same story, just told over with new people, because she has the same problems over and over and over in her life. When she speaks about Dawn and Candus, it was the same kind of stuff. You know what I mean? The things that she's doing now is she's trying to get Candus to join with her now so that they can attack the tragedy pimps, you know what I mean? And that would be the worst thing that Candus could ever do, is to hook up with Jody Sue and be, you know, speakers for any kind of cause. Candus needs to stay away from Jody Sue, in my personal opinion, period. In every sense of the word. Jody Sue has made it perfectly clear she does not like Candus. You cannot say the things that has been said about the Wells family and turn around and go, oh, I hope she gets her voice. Jody Sue shut down Candus every single time Candus ever spoke. And if Candus is innocent, then I think that is the most evil thing anyone could ever do. If she's guilty, you know, it is what it is. Maybe if Jody Sue would have let her talk, she would be in jail right now. But Jody Sue always shuts down every single person that talks about Summer. Every single one. There's not one. I want somebody to name one person that came out that knew the Wells family, was around that area or whatever, that Jody Sue didn't immediately go on a live and dispute every damn thing that was said. Because it's not there, nobody's going to find it, because she does it every single time. And you have to ask yourself, why? If she's innocent of everything, why? You know, she was accusing everyone of working for Andy. Well, obviously I'm not working for Andy, or I wouldn't be sitting here saying this stuff. And what did she do? She jumped in my chat. So it doesn't make any sense. Either you want to accuse everybody of, you know, working with this man to, you know, get at you, Jody Sue, but then when somebody goes and says, you know, basically there's some issues here, you fly in their chat and show your butt. And you tell me you're not impulsive? Yeah. All right, let's continue.
Okay. And then lastly, what do you think happened to Summer?
I'm saying it has to do with her family. That is honestly my assumption, is it has to do with somebody they know, something they did. It's not me. It's not, I don't believe anybody in that holler. I mean, I kept to myself.
Now he started to say stuff about the Wells. Then he started to say he didn't believe it was anybody in the holler and stopped himself. And then he went to himself. It's not me. I kept to myself. I get why you come on and want to make sure that you say you're innocent, you haven't done anything wrong. And there's nothing wrong with doing that. And if that's what he wanted to do all along, then that's great. He should have just done a really short live to begin with and been like, look, I'm innocent, very short live. And, had people that kept that live short and sweet, but everybody wanted information, myself included. We all did. And so there's questions. And he wasn't able to answer them. So it leaves people wondering why. And it's not just me. I've had lots of emails concerning it. And, you just have to wonder why. So let's continue.
I didn't have much to do with anybody. I mean,
And I kind of, I could lean with that one too, because Jody Sue said he was never home. He was always gone. Then she wanted, this is going to sound like I'm playing along with the Becca versus Jody Sue thing, that, he was still there, but in the same breath, she's saying he wasn't there at the same time frame that she's trying to say that, he was there. Yeah, he was probably there. I'm sure he came home and made sure they got food and all of that kind of thing. But, a man can be there and not be there in his mind. And so she's made it clear that he wasn't there. And that's all I'm going to say on that. I could go into further detail, but it's, like I said, I've dumped those. I'm not interested in that aspect of things. Others are. I'm not. I'm not fighting people's personal battles in that regard for them.
Okay, and then very last question. What do you think should happen to the person who harmed Summer?
Well, I don't know how you want me to put that. It shouldn't be nothing very nice. So, I mean, putting people that do stuff to children in jail is not where people like that need to be. They don't need to be out on the streets either.
Okay, well, thank you.
She's going to stop, and say thank you. And we're going to go into the next one. And I was hoping that Gavel would have answered me by now, because we're going to go into this next person that comes on. And, we're all going to recognize the voice. And so he didn't, though. Okay. He didn't. He mistook who it was and thought it was, Angel talks too fast. And it's not. And so this only proves that at this particular time, when that live was done, which was like a month ago, right? Because Jody Sue wants to make sure that she feeds out to everybody that everybody's been working with Andy all this time, right? There was one creator that did, and we know who that is, and she's never been shy about that, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with it whatsoever. There's nothing wrong with any creator working with Andy or anybody else that they want to work with. But Jody Sue wanted to make it sound like, people been working with Andy for, last year and a half, and, to try to, tear her up and destroy her and this, that, and the other. Well, when you listen to the next few seconds of this next caller, it's going to be very obvious to you that this person wasn't connecting, at least by phone, where the voice would be recognized all that time. And Jody Sue threatens people with court. I hope this person catches what I'm saying and takes a clipping of this section because it proves for her sake in court, if Jody Sue was to take her to court, that what Jody Sue is saying and doing is spoken right here. And the man obviously thinks he knows who he's talking to, but he's talking to a completely different person. Okay?
Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me. And I hope you have a great night.
You too.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I want to see my ring. Can I show him?
Hello?
Hi, Andy.
Right here.
How are you?
How are you?
Let me start
Okay.
again.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me. And I hope you have a great night.
You too.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I want to see my ring. Can I show him?
Hello?
Hi, Andy. This is Danny. How are you?
How are you?
You need some mods.
Who's the troll, Mama Sassy? Let me look. Random, we're not talking about green eyes, by the way, honey. All right. Who's the silly person that's cloning me with the wrench? Wait a second. I'm reading the chat on Andy's live. Oh my God, it's so late. I'm so tired and I need a cigarette. Oh, I cannot believe I just did that. I saw Mama Sassy over there say troll. Is this my chat? What am I doing? So somebody is doing that. Okay. I'm losing it. I need a cigarette, y'all, really bad. Okay, let me look here. Yeah, that is definitely Sage. Come back to us. Mama Sassy, can you tell me who the troll is? Hmm. Yeah. Okay, here we go, guys.
Well, I mean, let them run rampant. That's what we're here for, is a shit show, ain't it?
No. Truth.
Well, first off, if you're
Now, see, he just said, let people ask, that it is what it is. I'm looking at the wrong chat. I swear to God, I am. So I guess maybe that was Gavel. That was Gavel. I was talking to Gavel earlier, thinking, and I'm looking at Andy's freaking chat, y'all. Holy crap. I'm so sorry, Gavel. I apologize. I still don't know what you were talking about. But let's go back to this. I apologize, y'all. I'm gonna take a break and go have a cigarette in a second. Anyway, I want y'all to hear about this is Gavel here. And I want it to be known that Gavel wasn't recognized by him. So when Jody Sue is sitting there throwing Gavel under the bridge, trying to say that, she's been working all this time, you know what I mean? And, she may well be, I don't know. But when you look right there, you can tell that the man did not recognize her voice. It doesn't mean they weren't communicating in other manners, but it is very obvious when you play right there. He did not recognize her voice. He thought that she was Angel Talks Too Fast, who transcribes, and Gavel replied, recorded. And then they go on to talk. But I don't have any reason to go any further than that. I just wanted to put that out there for Gavel's sake, because Jody Sue's always threatening to take everybody to court. And so, I hope that somebody gets that to her and lets her know that, that happened, because she may not be aware of it. When you get on the phone with somebody, you're thinking about what you're going to ask next. And, if it was me, I probably would have butterflies in my stomach and be all nervous and tripping over my own tongue. But, if she's not aware, somebody please make her aware that he did not recognize her voice there, and she can take a clip of that if ever taken to court. And that's a good way, to show, it wasn't set up, it wasn't played out, it was very obvious that Andy did not recognize who he was speaking to. And if he had been communicating with this person often on the phone, she would just, because she's got a very distinctive voice. And so you would pick up the phone, hey, you'd automatically know, you wouldn't even need caller ID. So that's all on that one, y'all. But anyway, so I'm gonna stop sharing that one. I even looked up my own self, y'all, thinking I was a troll. I thought somebody was in the chat trolling underneath me, and I went to my own channel and I was like, wait a minute, what the heck is going on? I was reading Andy's chat, losing my mind over here, like, what the heck? Over here trying to figure out what Gavel's talking about, and asking Mama, because Mama Sassy came up, and that's what really tripped me up, because she's changed her name. So it should have been saying, Krama, I thought. And so I'm looking over and I'm like, well, it's got to be my chat because it's saying Mama Sassy. Nope, it wasn't. And I told you guys, when I screw up good, I screw up good. Okay, so let me close out this tab. Now, the next one is going to be Jody Sue. Okay, we've already done this one as far as, well, I've already done it. I posted it, and I did text to it, so that, I could transform it, fair use and all that mumbo jumbo. But when I play it, I don't want y'all to read, and I know it's going to probably be difficult for you. And I just didn't want to go back and dig out the original that doesn't have the text. And I couldn't get it from my phone to the computer, which is why it's got text in the first place, or because StreamYard won't let you. And you can use files off your computer, but you can't load files from your phone to your computer through StreamYard. And if there's a way, I haven't figured it out. And believe me, I've tried, because I hate sitting there typing that stuff out. I hate it, guys. And so I end up backspacing more than I forward space, believe me, with my thumbs. And so anyway, when we play this one, when I spoke to y'all, those that have stayed with me this long, in the beginning, we started talking about left and right and Ben Hill. Okay, so when I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick, because this one's probably gonna be about 30 minutes long when I come back, and so, and then, you know, I want to run through chat and see, because I've been over there reading the wrong chat for the last, well, since Cam left. And so, but anyway, if y'all will hold the fort down for me for a few minutes, and I'll be right back. It won't take me but a few minutes. I got to go down a flight of stairs. Someone's using the shower right now. And so I'll be right back, and I'll see y'all in a minute. All right, guys, I'm back. Now I hotboxed that cigarette. I'd make Jody Sue proud. I'm serious. Got myself dizzy and everything. And grabbed me a water. I'm on my second water. Can you believe it? I think she would have knocked out, what, 2 in 10 minutes? The beginning of her life. Yeah. I love Loretta Lynn too. It makes me think of my mom. I actually can't listen to some of it. I'm out of breath from those stairs, guys. It's going to take me a minute. And some serious lung problems from smoking. And I'm going to lecture you, young ones. Get off of them. You're going to sound like me, huffing and puffing. And I always said the same thing. I'm going to quit before I blackmailed my kid when they were little. Put that passy in the trash can and mommy will quit smoking. Guess what? They put their passy in the trash can and mommy didn't quit smoking. Lost my mother to lung cancer and continued to smoke. And I lecture my kids all the time. And well, they're not kids, they're almost 30. So, but, I just, I wish it was the worst mistake I ever made. And I've quit many things. And the honest truth is, if I really wanted to quit, I'd quit. And it's sick, So I can't talk about other people's addictions and point fingers when, I'm in the condition I'm in and I continue to smoke. So it's stupid. But anyway, I ran down those stairs as fast as this body can take it, hit that cigarette 3 or 4 times just as fast as I could. And here I am. And so, but anyway, let me look at the right chat again. And because I've got my phone over here, and that was where I was reading the chat earlier. And then I got lost over there in Andy's chat. And so I want to see. I'm trying to see if CSI is still in here. Okay. Hi, Lean on Me. I love your voice, girl. You are one of the sweetest people and you just crack me up. I love you too, McBro. You crack me up so much when you do your prodigy parodies. I always say prodigy, sorry. And I don't know if most of y'all know, but when I go to say, and I have to stop and think, cadaver dogs, you might hear me go cavalier. And don't ask me why. I have no clue. I got stuck with that reading it one time, and my brain is convinced that's the way, and it doesn't even look like cavalier. So don't ask me why. I think she left to be Diamond, and I maybe she'll come back. I hope so. And but anyway, I don't want people fighting. That's the whole point. I think everybody should be able to say what they're saying without feeling like somebody's, going to come at them for their opinion. And I think that's where Cam's at. And, I know that's where I feel sometimes. And that's why I kept my mouth shut as long as I kept my mouth shut. And then I was like, no, I'm not doing what I came here to do. And I came here to try to figure things out for Summer, and, they have their right. Everyone has their right to believe what they believe. And, there's people that believe that, Candus is innocent. There's people that believe that Dawn is innocent. There's people that believe that Andy is innocent. There's people that believe Jody Sue is innocent. I don't know who's innocent. And, I'm not willing to say that anyone is innocent. I hope to someday talk to Dawn. I really, really do. And, I'm not going to pay anybody to talk to me. I'm not going to, reach out in real life and try to get him to talk to me. If he comes and wants to talk to me, that's great. If he don't, that's great too. Same with Candus. Just like I said, Jody Sue can come in my chat as long as she behaves, I'm sure it's hard to hear people talk about you. You know, I'm pretty sure of it. You know, but we sit and listen to her every day talk about all of us. So, you know, we're not all alike. And we all have different opinions. And we all have different, you know, views. And, you know, and so I want people to be able to come on my channel and speak without being screamed at or treated badly or anything like that. You know what I mean? That's what I want. And so like I said, when you come here, you're in my home and you're welcome. And so, but anyway, let's get to Jody Sue here. She's going to talk about who came down what side of the hill and all that. She's made it you're not innocent, someone's who stole your credit card. I guess not, honey. And now I'm looking at oh God. I have got to sit here and get rid of this stuff. Thank you guys. Get those people out of here. Somebody wants me to bite hard tonight, don't they? They just don't know. They just don't know. Biggest mistake, y'all, is to think I'm really, 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 really nice, because I am. But I bite really, really hard. And I could care less about little people that come into my chat that's got names like Magic, whatever the frick, you know, grow the hell up. Come on. That is so sad. So anyway, she likes to sit there and talk about having, you know, which side the boys came down, which side, you know, she was standing out, which direction she went at. And you have to get inside of her mind, because when she's talking, she will flip scenarios. So she might be talking 1 second about one thing, and if you hadn't followed her from the very beginning, you know, intensely, you would get so screwed up. And many people have gotten screwed up by listening to her. And then she ridicules those people. My cat's trying to get through the cat door now because they're really mad at me. And so I've got it blocked. But you know, by her doing that makes her look ridiculous, in my opinion. You know, if you're out here to talk to people and people have questions, answer those questions. You know, if not, then what in the hell are you doing out here? You know, it's just like I was saying about Andy. You know, new people are going to come in and they're not going to know everything. And, you know, her famous lines of, you know, you didn't do your research. And, you know, she's even accused Dawn and Candus of not doing their research. And I'm thinking to myself, it's their kid, lady, you know? And how can you do your research when you got somebody that's putting the stuff out that you're telling them to research and then removing it, you know? Or removing it, you know, I removed it because I didn't want those tragedy pimps to use it, you know, blah, 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 and we'll make them work for it. Well, then why are you out here in the true crime community? Why are you out here talking about a missing child? It doesn't matter that you were the neighbor across the street. Why are you doing what you're doing? You know? So, you know, it's just ridiculous. But when you're listening to her, you have to put yourself in her mind and you have to remember all the things that she has said and all the different things that she's done. If they continue to come in after the third time, block them. And if it's those people that we just saw come through with, you know, the fake credit card and all that crap, block them right away. And so anyway, in a minute, she's going to talk about left and right, and then you're going to hear her sound like she's caught herself in something and said the wrong left or right. But then it might be that she's speaking from a different point of view, and literally a different point of view, where she might have been talking 1 minute about standing at the bottom of the hill on Ben Hill, and the next minute it's possible she's viewing, my goodness, my cats are driving me nuts. The next minute it's possible that she's viewing the scene as if she was standing on the hill. And I'm not saying she was standing on the hill, but you'll see what I mean in a minute. Please don't pay attention to the things that I wrote, though, okay? I want you to listen to what she's saying. And let me hit share and start loading that up.
And then everyone's my flowers repot succulents.
Can y'all hear that, guys? Can you see it on the screen? Can you see
like
Jody Sue, guys?
It says takes 30, 40, 50 minutes plus. Because they do it right.
Yeah, I can see it. All right, so here, this is December 31st, 2021, and she's going through, thank you guys, and she's going through the, her, processing the timeline, one of the many, many times she's done this. And earlier tonight, for those that weren't here from the beginning, eventually I'm going to have all of these stuck together. So it's going to be one, area where she's saying her version of events. The cat got in. Oh my goodness, both of them did. Hold on, y'all. I got to get them out. They work together to get in. Little stinkies. Are you going to be good? All right, let's just continue and see how it works. And so I hope to be able to put them all together, the ones that I have, where it's, in succession, date wise, and to show the different versions that she's done, things that she's added or subtract when speaking. And so if you use curse words in there, guys, you got to dress them up. I'm going to have to definitely put these cats out. Hang on one second. Come on. Y'all will come right back in, right? How did you manage it? Come on. Go. Come on. Go. All right, let me see if I can find something else heavy. Oh my gosh, I don't think I have anything. Well, let's try that. A couple books. Okay. So we're back, and let's begin. So, like I said, try to ignore the things that I've written here, guys. I want you to just pay attention to what she's saying. When she starts talking about left and right, I want you to pay attention to that as well, if you could.
Huh? What you say? Wash hands in the damn camper. Dandy. Walks, summer too. But I get it. Trying to look better than. I get it. That ain't right, though. You go back, knee brace, 2 to 5 minutes.
It's okay,
That'll
BB
help
Diamond. She
expedite.
understands. It's really hard when the chat's rolling. I've done it before too.
So somewhere around 6. So what you're looking at.
You didn't block her though, did you, honey?
Even though initially they had theirs at, what, 5? 5:30, kept walking it back and forth. There's different times up there now. For sure.
You know, she said, wash your hands, right? Well, from what I understand, Candus didn't have running water in or plumbing in her camper, and she would use the wells, restroom. And I don't think that Jody Sue has much room to talk now that we've learned about Jody Sue's situation. We didn't know it then in December, and she didn't, let us know. So
As I seem to keep walking it back and forth for other pieces that were gained and other pieces they found out about and whatever else. But you're looking at 309 to at least 609.
309 to 609. Now, at this time, she was following Michelle After Dark so closely, and she was taking everything that, Michelle said. And then immediately, she would do a live and she would play off of whatever Michelle had said. I mean, you can go back and look at the dates and pull up Michelle's work and see that what I'm saying is absolute truth. And she did that right up until, they had separate ways.
Actually, you're looking about 320 max to 609. 609, I'm walking down and hear the first calls. Right? Summer's not answering. I reach the bottom, look to the left, walk on down.
Now, we got to pay real close attention here, y'all. And trolls are probably going to come in really hard and heavy right now, trying to keep you from paying attention. But this is the last part of it, Mod. So, if you need to come back and listen, you'll only have to listen to this part right here, and you'll be fine. You won't be missing out on much of anything else.
But you're looking at 309 to at least 609. Actually, you're looking about 320 max to 609. 609, I'm walking down and hear the first calls.
Now, remember in that messages, she said she'd be down 25. That was at 602. Now she's saying 609. She's walking down. Her earliest videos, she said that she continued to dress, that she sent the 609 message while still in the cabin, continued to dress and took her time because she was ticked off at him. And, because of the DV, she wasn't going to, give him anything. And that's why she didn't respond to him properly during those text messages when he was asking her questions. But here she's going to try to tell you that, 609, she's walking down. Other ones, she's like, I got a certain point out of the cabin where I knew my Wi-Fi would end, and I, hit the 609 and continued down the drive.
Great. Summer's not answering. I reach the bottom, look to the left, walk on down.
She looked to the left, walked on down. Now, if you were here when Cam was here and you were watching what Cam was showing, right? Because I wasn't going to do the maps until the very end. That was, I was going to bring it, that be the last thing. But I appreciate Cam coming in and showing his maps. And, you know, I really wish he was still here because he could pull up right now and show you exactly what he's talking about, what she's saying here. So she reaches the bottom of her driveway. So if she's coming down, if you're coming in Ben Hill, right? Let me make sure I got my bearings here. And Jonathan Lee's, they're coming in, and she's on the right. In Jonathan Lee Rich's, they're coming from the back of Ben Hill out of the woods, right? And so when he walks by, Jody Sue's place was on the right-hand side and the Wells was on the left-hand side. But if you come in from the front of Ben Hill, it's the opposite. And it would be Jody Sue on the left and the Wells on the right, right? So she's saying she looked to the right when she came down the driveway.
Then the call was everybody meets back up at the top. What did you do? What did you do? No shit, serious.
Now, even that has changed with so many different versions. In some versions, she doesn't hear that until after she talks to the boys while they're squatting at the creek, right? The boys leave, she hears them go back up to the house, and then she hears, what did you do? What did you do? Nothing, mama, I swear. And there's different versions of that. Okay, so this is just one.
Fuck, she can't hear me calling, so I'm just gonna go ahead and.
But now look what she says.
Actually, looking about 320 max to 609. 609, I'm walking down and hear the first calls. Right. Summer's not answering. I reach the bottom, looks left, walk on down. Then the call was everybody meets back up.
Back up. Everybody meets back up. So right there, she told you that the boys were already down there, or everybody was already down there, and then they went back up. Right? It's just blows me away. All right, so let's listen.
Top.
Back up to the top.
What did you do? What did you do? No shit, serious.
Now, previously, she's told everybody that nobody searched until she came down after 609. But right there, she's telling you that they went back up. She's coming down the driveway, they go back up, and then it's meeting at the top, and it's what did you do? What did you do?
Fuck, she can't hear me calling, so I'm just gonna go ahead and.
I agree, Kiko.
Look. Go to the right. Look down in the tunnel.
Now she's going to the right. Okay. Remember about what I said. If you come in, I'm going to have to write it down so I don't lose my train of thought here as far as the left or the right. If you're coming in Ben Hill, she would be on the left. Her driveway would be on the left, coming in from Ben Hill. So she said she came down, she looked to the right. Now she's saying she did what? Okay, the Wells would be on the right, the Wells driveway, a little further down from hers.
Then the call was everybody meets back up at the top. What did you do? What did you do? No shit, serious. What the fuck, she can't hear me calling, so I'm just gonna go ahead and look. Go to the right. Look down in the tunnel.
She goes to the right. She looks down in the tunnel. So she goes back and forth between looking at the tile to looking at the tunnel. Okay, so here she's saying tunnel. And she went to the right. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to rewind it.
Can't hear me.
I am so sorry.
Go ahead.
Wrong button.
Look. Go to the right. Look down on the tunnel. Stand up to the left. Start down there.
She stands up, goes to the left. Okay. Now, at this point, she's giving you the view from her driveway, looking towards the wells, right? The Wells Hill. She tells you that, she looks left, and she goes to the right, looks through the tunnel, and now she goes to the right, right? Well, here she's saying that she goes to the right, looks down the tunnel, and she stands up, and she's getting ready to tell you that, she's going to go to the drug area.
That's the little drug area. And see, before I got...
So she went to the right. Now she's turned around and gone back to the left, to the drug area. Now, as far as I'm aware, the drug area is where everybody parked the cars, where the tires were. The tires aren't there now, but the tires were. And she put those tires out there. She said to stop people from pulling over there, getting high and throwing their their stuff out, needles and stuff. And that's, the creek was supposed to be full of needles, according to Jody Sue. And so right here, she's telling you she goes to the left past the drug area. So when you're looking at Cam's map, or you're looking at Jonathan Lee Rich's video with Brandon, and you go, to the driveways, you can get an idea of what she's talking about by looking at what she's saying right here.
Out in the area and heard. And I never heard her specifically tell the boys, go look. But
so she's in the drug area. She doesn't hear, anyone tell the boys what to do, but the boys suddenly just turn around and come back down the hill. Now, other versions, she wants you to think that, they just came down the hill. She doesn't tell you they were down the hill, went up the hill. It just keeps changing and morphing.
I heard the boys go to the left and down the hill towards the creek.
Now, she's viewing it from, in my opinion, when she says the boys came down the left, in my opinion, she's viewing it from the Wells house now, as if she was standing in front of the Wells house, looking outward. Instead of being down on the road, it sounds to me like, because if not, then it doesn't make any sense to me. So is she saying that she, viewing it from being on the hill, the boys come down the left, right, of the hill? Because she says that she goes to what, right? Cats are trying to come back in again. And the boys come down the left.
No, it's what they were doing. It's in my statement. So, because they immediately, as soon as they were finished being yelled at, what did you do? They weren't told, hey, go look. They just right down the list. So.
And how did she know that? If she was down at the bottom, she wouldn't know what was going on up there. Whether or not the boys came down that hill or not, she wouldn't know what prompted them to go down the hill. Just because she didn't hear something doesn't mean anything. It's just speaking about children that can't speak for themselves, and she knows they can't. She knows that there's no way that they can come out and say, that's not true. Jody Sue's not telling the truth, or whatever, right? They don't have a mouth right now.
So I kept going to the right.
She kept going to the right. The boys were where? On the left. She was on the right. So when you look at that map, try to figure out, is she talking about she was standing at the bottom of the hill and, she says they came down the left. She goes to the right. Well, if she's viewing that from her driveway, she would be where? If she was viewing it from the wells, top of the hill, she would be where?
Stepping into where the drug area is. You're getting the creek. I hear her coming down the driveway.
Stepping into the drug area isn't where Benny and everybody was talking about Jody Sue being today. The drug area was where the cars parked. That's what she said in multiple lives. So, that's where I get hung up. How can the drug area be somewhere else? Now, I'm not saying that she didn't walk to some other area. I don't think that Jody Sue, in my personal opinion, walked very far at all. And that's why she wasn't seen by Don. He might come out of jail now and clear all that up and go, oh, yeah, she was there, she was this, and she was that. But after all this time, it kind of makes me, if he was to do something like that, it would kind of give me concern. But I don't recall him ever, speaking of seeing Jody Sue. He always said the male neighbor. He did say neighbors, plural, one time, but he didn't say who.
Loud as fuck, somebody on the phone. No hang-ups, no nothing like that. And then by the time she meets me, I'm like, all that transpires.
And she just skipped all of that by saying all that transpired. Now, the video clip that I did a couple days ago, she says that the boys were already down at the bottom, and they were down at the bottom when she got to the bottom, and that Candus was coming down. Candus came down the hill. Now, she heard them yelling for her, but then all of a sudden the boys are at the bottom. All this is in breath, without taking a breath when she says it. And that Candus came down and she snaps her fingers twice that fast. Like boom, that fast. In the same breath, she's saying that these people didn't search for their kid or nothing, but she knows exactly when everybody made a move, and it all started after 6:09. So that's the thing that hangs me up with Jody Sue. So how can she know exactly what happened before 6:09 if she wasn't down at the end of that bottom of the hill prior to 6:09?
He speaks up on a speakerphone. I realized immediately who the hell was, who I thought was, there it is.
And originally she said that they were so loud coming down the hill that she thought two people were in the car. And it wasn't until Candus pulled up and Don spoke up on speakerphone that she realized Don was on a speakerphone.
Brief interactions, right?
Brief interactions.
Then I start back in the spot. She goes on.
Now that spot would be where the drug area is, and then the creek. Other versions, she's told you she was in the creek and then got out of the creek, climbed the bank, then went to the middle of the road, then communicated with Candus, and then Candus drove off. Lately, she's been trying to say she wasn't ever in the creek yet, never climbed over and got down in it. And then there's another one where she says she waited in the road for Candus. Waited.
She runs into the other neighbor. I hear that conversation happening. He's already out. He's like, you and me, whatever. Where you're going, who's taking what and where. I stuff done.
In her very early videos, she was like, I told him, you take the bank, I'll take the creek. I got on I forget what she said. It was sandals or whatever, flip-flops or something to that effect, because it's been Crocs, sandals, flip-flops. And he had on boots. So, she said it was obvious. And then she goes into talking about, not wanting to mess up tracks and break things. And so this version is a different version as far as, who told what and who told who to do what.
Water she goes on. She carries on.
Candus carries on. So she talks to the neighbor and then carries on. So obviously Candus drove off somewhere, right?
Does stuff we know about.
Does stuff we know about, which would mean to me, like she said in other lives, she went to Mount Carmel. And that's where Andy saw her. But did she do other stuff other than that Jody Sue and we know about? And how do you know about it? What is those things? And how do you know about it? Yeah, Candus said Jody told her she had been at the bottom since 4:30 to 5. Jody Sue also stated that she stayed outside on that bottom of that hill for days, weeks, because of the tree trimmers and the people coming in to buy the land. She did that right up to June 15th. She kicks this man off his land on the 14th, and suddenly Jody Sue's not worried about being at the bottom of the hill anymore. Hypervigilant. She's just hypervigilant about noises and went outside and checked, and that was it. No.
But she does say in there that, she sends the voice to the creek.
Yeah, the flamingo one.
She freaks out immediately and calls Dawn. Dawn told her to call the police, but yet when she was coming down the driveway, it meets me.
Jody Sue is reading off of something at this point. She's got notes in front of her and she's reading. She was very, very big in staying in Facebook groups. It was constant. And anybody that would write anything, she would be in there negative, towards anything they said. If they said footprints was here, she was like, no, you're wrong. If she said, somebody said the road went this way, no, you're wrong. Google Maps was wrong. Google Earth was wrong. Everything was wrong.
She's still on the phone with Dawn. And she's still
right, BB Diamond. The 15th should have been her most vigilant day. You don't kick somebody off their own property and then lay around in bed all day the next day. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
It's the other neighbors. But at the point now, she throws the one stuff on the back of Dawn's truck. Gets the other one, right? From that point, with the voice of the creek, she freaks out. She calls Dawn.
Now, also with the 609, she sent the message at 609. She made a big deal to talk about the photo that Candus allegedly posted on the 15th of one of the boys that got posted around the same time that Jody Sue sent out her last message, allegedly. We don't even know if that's true, because you can go into messages and remove sections of your message, and there's nothing to show that is gone, right? It's possible that Jody Sue's message went out at 6:09, but it was actually written earlier or later. I can't sit there and say anything that she's saying is truthful at this point because it's all so convoluted. It's just so messed up. So to me, I mean, if you didn't know anything about Jody Sue and you sat there looking at this video, you would go, I believe this woman. Look at her. And that's what we did. That's what we all did in the beginning, you know? But as time has progressed and we've listened to her and we've watched her change, everything about her change, you can't, look at her the same way. You can't believe what she says in the same way anymore. I think there is a little bit of truth and a whole lot of stretching of the truth. And the problem is trying to figure out why, you know? Like Andy said, he thought it was just for attention. I mean, it's possible. There are people that just like to be in the middle of everything. And they will insert themselves in the middle of everything. And usually they screw up everything. And it's very possible that that's, what she's done here. And but there's so much more. And she's going to go into, I'm not going to play this whole thing right now. I'm about to close this down. I did not mean for this live to go on as long as it did, guys. I was really wanting to only get on for about an hour or so. But she, you just really have to look at what she has said. Now you have two different people. You have Jody Sue and you have Andy. Okay. And all you can base those, like we did with Candus and Dawn. Dawn shut Candus down so much that it was so hard to hear anything from Candus. Mostly what we heard was her yelling in the background, fussing out women, right? Didn't really get to hear much of anything from Candus for whatever reason, whether he was protecting her, covering for her, covering for everyone, knew that she was a loose cannon. I don't know. Like I said, I can't even say that he's innocent fully, but he is the last one on my list. And right now I have 4 people vying for first place in my mind. And I'm trying to figure out what exactly is going on that these people what exactly is the reason these people have done what they've done. And I always look to try to explain things away. Like I said with Andy, I can see him having a need to get out there and clear his name, and bite back at her and all that. But he really didn't even try to clear his name. It was just, I didn't do it. And that was it, pretty much. And, it's very possible that he was at work all day. I haven't heard law enforcement say that. When I listened to the tape of his boss sounds a lot like Andy. I don't really know. And then as someone else speaks a little bit more, then it's, well, I believe, this happened. Yeah, I believe. You don't really know. I walked away from listening to that going, I don't know that I put faith in what that person said either. And, if you listen to what Jody Sue said before, the people would lie for Andy at any rate, and that they do that for baby, to keep baby mamas from getting child support, and the man would be right back at work the next day. Quit working and be right back right after court. And I do know this kind of things happen. So, she wouldn't know that kind of stuff if she hadn't either heard about it, witnessed it. And like I said, there's some truth. You just got to listen real close, and you have to get in and try to figure out, because when she's speaking, she gets lazy, you know what I mean? And she's blending things together instead of, and I don't know if I'm trying to explain away for her, you know what I mean, at this point in the conversation, but it's almost like, she's taking one scene and taking another scene, and she expects everybody to keep up with her mind, but her mind in her mouth hasn't said the words, you know? Like when she gives you sentences and she doesn't complete the sentences, and she'll go and like, yeah, uh-huh, and that's, what did that just tell you? Nothing. And that's how she speaks. So people fill in the blanks. And when people allow people to fill in the blanks, there's usually assumptions and misinformation being formed. And she's quite aware that people view her that way, and we've all mentioned it. And so, if she was really interested in getting the story out there and getting it right, she would, be hyper aware that she's doing that and fix it. And she's had, almost 16 months. Yeah, very scattered. And she uses that as a scapegoat for her behavior. Just like Andy, I can't remember, I can't remember anything. Well, how the hell do you drive back and forth to work? It's one thing to forget some things. But then again, like I said, it could be just as simple as he's afraid that something, anything he says could be used against him and he go to jail for something he didn't do. It's very possible. And it's very possible that, like Candus, he's not capable of not burying himself if he's got any. Whereas Don and Jody Sue are more, they come across, I don't know them, I'm only going by what I see. They come across as more astute. They're more able to quickly catch on to where the situation's going. But Jody Sue is extremely impulsive and beats everything to the punch and buries herself in the process. Don did what he did. He had his own faults, and we saw all of that, most of it. When you talked, when you listened to Don when he was sober, like during the day, before he got home, because Jody Sue said he didn't drive drunk, and I do believe that, except for that time. I'm sure there were other times, but I'm sure he made a concerted effort not to. And so anyway, but you could see the difference between speaking to him during the day and looking at him at night, and you see the same thing with Jody Sue. Depending on the month, day of the month, you see it depending on, there's a reason why she likes to do the late night lives too, guys, so. But anyway, I'm going to close this out. I agree, Kim. I agree. He should be paying that regardless whether he sees his daughter or not. I agree. The way I look at child support, and I'm not saying anything about Andy or their relationship, I'm just speaking in general. If a mother doesn't take care of their child, financially, physically, whatever, she goes to jail. There ain't no and ifs and buts about it. You know what I mean? It's just the way it works. It's not case. It's not the same case, when it's men. And men do get, a rough ride too. There's a lot of women out there that lie and say things have happened. The kid doesn't want to have to, it could be simple as, I don't want to go to school and dad's going to make me go to school. So yeah, I'll say whatever you want, mom. You know what I mean? It could be something as simple as that, and there's been a lot of people falsely accused of things that they haven't done, over the years, both ways. And that's the saddest thing, because family court will bleed you dry quickly. And quickly. You'll spend the rest of your life trying to pay off, going to court only for the judge and your lawyer that you hired to tell you to get over it. And there's nothing you can do about it. It is what it is. That's basically what you're going to get told. And but all we can do is hope that this is how I look at that situation. I said I wasn't going to touch it. If the daughter doesn't want to see the father, then the daughter doesn't want to see the father, for whatever reason. It's not my business. But she should still be taken care of until she's 18 years of age or stops school. And if Jody Sue can't prove the child's going to school, then there should be no child support and the child should be out working as soon as she turns of age to be able to go work, and try to help her own mom or whatever. But anyway, like I said, I'm not going to get involved in all of that. That's not my thing. My thing was, where were you when Summer went missing before and after? That's my thing. Where was your son? Where was Jody Sue? Who in the vicinity? What were they like? What were they doing? And the fact that Jody Sue has done what Jody Sue has done all this time really, really, really makes her look a certain way. And, like I said, when people sit there and tell you, hey, you look terrible, like you're incriminating yourself, you need to quit. And you don't listen because you're so stubborn that you want your voice heard. Honey, your voice has been heard enough. Why the hell are you still here doing it? It's stupid. You're damaging yourself. At least it looks like Andy has realized, hey, this isn't making me look good. I need to quit. So, but yeah, Summer didn't have a chance. I don't think Summer had a chance in the last 2 years of her life. I think they were addicts feeding off of one another. You hear it in Nerdy Addicts video where, she's trying to talk about the red truck. He's over there going, baby, we need to get off. We really need to stop drinking, Candus. We really need to stop drinking. Yeah, I know, baby, but, when you're a couple like that, it's really hard for you to quit doing anything because you're going to blame the other one for keeping you doing it. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be drinking right now or whatever. I wouldn't be shooting up or I wouldn't be, taking meth or whatever, the substance of choice is for that particular person. It's really, really hard for couples to get clean. And so he's been in jail all this time. God knows what's going on with Candus. Who knows? I have no clue. To me, the woman that she's hanging around with didn't sound like a very good influence, my personal opinion. But maybe that's all that Candus had. And if Candus is innocent, then she needs somebody. You know, I think she was too afraid to stay on that hill, and I think she was too afraid of Jody Sue. She told Ernie Shell that she had concerns about Jody Sue, first name out of her mouth, Andy, and Dobbs. Where did she get the information about Dobbs? Jody Sue. Jody Sue taking the pictures of Dobbs' truck and making him look like he's some kind of really freaky man, you know. And all of that came from Jody Sue. So she didn't say anybody else. She said those three people. And, you know, she was talking about them early on. Candus did. It's out there. Yeah, she told PG that too. All right, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. Like I said, I can't do these long lives. They kill me. I just can't do it. I can't sit in this chair that long. And you get talking, you don't realize that much time has gone by. And so, oops, sorry, almost took somebody off too. And it's hard to do it on the phone. And so, but you know, I hope that you can listen to this December 31st thing. Go back to what Cam was discussing. Go back to what Benny and Tiffany were talking about in their live that I viewed this morning. Thank you, BB Diamond. And then listen to what she's saying and tell me what you think she's saying. Where was she? Was she where they're putting her at? Was she at a different side, you know, of that hill? Is she viewing from the bottom of the hill? Is she viewing from the top of the hill? You know, all along I've thought she was viewing from the bottom of the hill, and I still do. But that one point where she's speaking in this one, and it makes me go, wait a minute, is she talking from the top of the hill? And I could be totally wrong. Like I said, it's really hard to go back and forth from left to right. You know what I mean? The kids were coming down this way, and, you know, the different versions. So, what I'm hoping eventually is somebody will, you know, well, I'm hoping that Gavel will put out her timeline. I don't know how, not her timeline, her database. I don't know how she's going to present that. I don't know if she's just going to give that out to certain people, if it's going to go on a website so that everyone's, you know, able to access it. Because if she's already got it, you know, that could save everybody else a whole lot of time of trying to do something that someone else has already done. And so I'm hoping, you know, that will be put out soon. She did mention something along that line. And so, but anyway, until then, you know, we'll just keep meeting this way. Y'all be good, and I'll see y'all soon. Thank you, mods. Thank you, chat. Thank you for being good to each other. We'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.